All right. Representing the Kenya Invest Authority, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Rogers. Great. And we have the chief manager of ETIMS. And now, you know this, when you hear ETIMS, the first thing that comes in your head is filing returns. So if you have any question about returns, what was kujificha? People are hiding now when they hear ETIMS and KRA. But ladies and gentlemen, the lady I'm about to call here is the chief manager of ETIMS at the Kenya Revenue Authority. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the one and only. When yesterday we were asking, where are the ladies? Ladies and gentlemen, Hakamba Wangwe. Looking lovely. And that is our lovely team. Don't they look amazing? They look amazing? Good. Let's have one more clap for them. Asante.
MC, great introduction. Jambo. I hope the guys from outside had a good night. Westlands is a center of activity at night. If you didn't manage, then just see me after this. Now I'll show you what Westlands is all about. So we are very happy to have a panel here. And I think, John, congratulations. These are teams that are very important for the petroleum value chain. I think with us here is John Wamanwa. John anasema ameniona, na mimi nasema pia nimemuona. We have met, and John, I sit in metering, and I think your team calibrates our meters, and gives certification. So before we take them to Kenya Power or even the water meters. So we have seen you in action. So we are very proud to have you here. So John, karibu sana, and maybe just tell us how you believe you are involved in the fuel, AfriFuel, the fuel and end of the fuel sector. What do you think your role is to play in this sector? Thank you. As you introduce and tell us what your department does.
Well, thank you. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Yeah, as I was introduced, my name is John Wamwana. I'm the acting director of Weights and Measures. Weights and Measures is a legal metrology authority of this country. Do measurement that affects society, trade, health, public safety, law enforcement, environmental protection. So measurements in fuel is one of those many sectors that we regulate. And the purpose of the regulation is not so that people can get punished, but it is so that all of us can be able to have value for our exchange. One time I was talking to an elderly friend of mine. Then he was asking me that when you left your house, you locked it. I said yes. Then he's asked, why did you lock it? Is it because you thought an elephant will come in? Or is it because you thought a leopard will come in? I said, no. He said, yes. Mutu, you are worried that another person will come in when you have left. And now you can imagine when you say you have locked your house, but in that padlock behind it, somebody can come and open. So you put in the key and left, but behind here, somebody can just come and press a button and it opens, so then you can unlock. It means you are exposed and you don't know, isn't it? You left and went to work because your house is locked, but unfortunately it's not locked. In measurements that affect society, that is like the normal thing that happens. We meet on those measurements to be able to get something from it, and probably if once somebody is not seeing, looking the other way, then I can help myself to more than what I was supposed to get. And that's why regulation comes in. That regulation assists the industry also to grow. Because if you keep making losses and you cannot place your finger on the losses, you cannot grow. We also say sometimes you have a measurement system that you are using because you already are aware that thieves will come and steal things. So in your business, you always lock and go home. You come back and open. But the measurement system you have here is stealing from you. So you can imagine the pain of buying a nice padlock and locking a thief inside the house. Then you come and open every day. He steals, then you lock again and go. That is the danger and the tragedy that can happen with our measuring systems. So it's not necessarily that they have to be inaccurate per se. But if they have a window, somebody can talk to them and ask them to do something else other than what you had left them doing. It's a bigger disaster because when you come back, it will have gone back to where it was. So you can never level the loss to this instrument because according to it, it's always right. If you call in somebody to test it, it's accurate. But somebody else talks to it, it becomes inaccurate for a while. So that is a disaster. And that's why we regulate those instruments and we talk about accuracy, repeatability, and fraud proof. That's the reason we insist that any instrument that is supposed to be brought into this country for use in measurements that affect society and trade per se must be approved. The approval is a scientific process of asking this instrument questions. How are you? Are you okay? Can you be accurate? Can you be accurate today and tomorrow? And are you able to stop somebody else from telling you to say something other than what you have been programmed to say? And are you able to tell on that person in case he does that? Those are the simple things that we will ask in the deeper science for the instrument before we say, now go out there and serve the people.
Okay. Good introduction. And I think measurement in the fuel sector, I think that's where the shilling, if you lose 50 cents per liter, you are cooked. So I think it's a very important place you are. And most of the businessmen here, they can tell you the headache in the petrol at forecourts as they try to implement measurement. And also, KRA can tell you one of their biggest challenges is measurements. I've worked in the beer sector, so I understand where you are coming from. Thank you. We'll continue with you, and I think we have our friend here from Can Invest. You were here yesterday, and I'm sure you went and reflected with what you saw out here. I'm sure you must have taken a walk around the exhibition. Just tell us, within the next 3-4 minutes, just tell us what message do you have of the gentlemen exhibitors who are there and who want to do business in this country. Thank you.
Thank you, James. Allow me to introduce Kenya Investment Authority.
Yes, please do. If you have 5 minutes to do that, yeah.
Yeah, we are a government agency that is responsible for facilitating and promoting investments in the country. As I said yesterday, we are friends of investors. We are the voice of the private sector and government. And we do this through promotion and facilitation of investments. James, when I went around the exhibition yesterday, something struck me that we need to do more in terms of facilitating these investors. I can count like 3 of those investors have come to Kenya Invest, only 3. So what we're trying to do right now is to make sure that we're able to identify and facilitate investors who are coming to this country so that they're able to get permit and licenses in a more efficient and effective way. You know, one of the challenges that we have in this country is actually not the number of permits and licenses. It's how to get those licenses. The bureaucracy, the uncertainty, the time we take in terms of getting the licenses. I'll give you an example, James. If you want to register a company and you want to come into Kenya Invest, you'll have to go to 316 Upper Hill. If you want a PIN, you have to go to KRA or apply online. If it's written measures, you have to go to industrial area. If you are looking for NEMA, you have to go. You know, there's a lot of movement that an investor has to make. So what we've done, James, is that we have established a one-stop center. That currently we have institutions that include BRS, Kenya Revenue Authority. We have an officer from KRA. We have an officer from Immigration, NEMA, Kenya Power, Council of Governors, and the Tourism Regulatory Authority. Now, in doing this, investors who are coming to us, they're able to get their permits and licenses within a maximum of 7 days. So we are trying to make it as easy and efficient as possible. Then also what we've done is we have digitalized our system. Now you don't have to move from one portal to another for you to acquire this permit. We have what we call the Kenya single window that you log in and apply for all those licenses without moving from one portal to another. And at the end of the system, you're able to get your license signed, stamped digitally. One of the things that also we're trying to cut in terms of bureaucracy is the time taken, efficiency, and effectiveness. And I think we are the only government institution currently, James, that we do not charge for our services. It's free. It's a good thing, and it's a bad thing. I can see Michael there, and Michael will tell you that when somebody goes to government and they're being told it's free, if you go to director and say you don't have to pay for this service, they'll go and think it is substandard. It's government. But we're trying to tell our investors that government can also facilitate you efficiently for free. So we are engaging some of these investors. Come to us. We are going to work very closely with POK, very closely with the industry sectors. I mentioned that we are coming up with what we call a sectoral value chain. We've already completed the one for EV, and we're going to share with the stakeholders.
You have completed one for?
EV.
EV.
Yes,
Okay.
it's ready.
Okay.
We are going to share with the stakeholders.
Okay.
We want to work with the private sector to make sure that whether in this country they're making enough money so that she's able to collect taxes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll move back to you. Maybe you will tell us, who do you consider an investor? Yeah? Is it us or the guy from outside? Sawa? We will come back to you. And also, Kenya Investment Authority is, when you hear the economy is growing, you are the one with the figures. Yeah, maybe you will inspire us with the figures also, right? When we come back. Karibu sana. I'm so happy to see KRA here. Yeah, and I think this is a new dispensation of your organization. I mean, sitting and mixing with your constituents. There was a time when you see KRA, you don't even go around. Even that book in the morning yesterday, niandike, utanifuata. But I think there's an effort to make KRA a very friendly organization, because I think even citizens believe the more you can collect, even from the people you have, the less people will be taxed, new people. So tell us something about the new kid on the block, the ETIMS, and how is it facilitating business and the collaboration between you and this sector. Karibu sana.
Yeah, thank you. I understand there's someone who visited our booth. I don't know if it was you, Mr. Ngomeli, because that person asked, why are you here? We have the fuel sector here. Why is KRA here? And as you can see, I think it's the only booth, apart from POAC, which doesn't have equipment around it. So it's a valid question. And I would just say, for the ones who are visitors, KRA is the Kenya Revenue Authority, tasked with revenue administration in this country. I'm going to still ask myself, why are we here now? The team that is present at the booth is the team that is currently implementing the electronic tax invoicing system. We started this project, rolling out the project in 2021. And at that time, we started with VAT registered taxpayers, which most in the fuel sector are VAT registered taxpayers. But over time, from 2023, we expanded the rollout to taxpayers who are not registered for VAT, provided one has business income, and that is all of us. So we normally say, where there's business, we are there. Because when you're carrying out your business, you will need KRA, and that's why our booth is open for, if you want to inquire about return filing, electronic tax invoicing, tax amnesty, anything, you can ask your questions there. I'm still going to ask myself again, why are we here? Why are we really here? Yes, since we started the rollout of ETIMS, we realized that as much as it also applies to players in the fuel sector, they had challenges in implementing the solutions that were available, despite the fact that we expanded the solutions to make sure that we have a solution that fits everyone, but the fuel sector had challenges with the solutions that were available, and that's why we had to do some bit of work once. We had to do our homework further to just really see what kind of solution fits an industry like this, where we are moving volumes, high traffic transactions, and we want efficiency for this sector, and we want to facilitate compliance. So yes, that's why we are here, because we are actually here and talk about it more to let us know what is it about the fuel sector solution that we are rolling out that is actually supposed to help this sector better comply with the requirements of ETIMS. We know the players are compliant right now, but we are doing more to be able to help you with technology, because we are seeing again we are using a lot of technology to better comply through a solution that best fits this sector. It's a very specialized solution for this sector only. So I'm hoping through this panel I'll be able to talk about it. But maybe just allow me to mention that just have you stand. He's actually the project manager for the fuel sector solution. Thank you.
Okay. Pleasure. We're still holding the phone. We're still holding the mic. Maybe you can tell us about what has been the impact and the rollout of ETIMS, and what do you see success in the fuel sector? What do you see success in the fuel sector in the out of ETIMS? Yeah.
So the impact of ETIMS has been massive in our opinion, because we are a country which is again a big consumer of technology. The fact that we have availed the varied technology, various technologies for various sectors of our taxpayers, has enabled us now for those who are fully automated, and most of the fuel sector, again, we have many who have fuel management systems, have been able to integrate their systems with ETIMS as we speak, even before we start talking about the solution that we are currently rolling out, but some have been able to integrate. The ones who've not been able to, who have not had technology before, so we have a section of our taxpayers who are also playing within the fuel sector who were not automated from the word go. They are very manual in their transactions, but by KRA taking the initiative to help taxpayers get to the point where they can use technology in their business, they're able to now have an electronic invoicing solution, they're able to maintain their inventory, they're able to maintain their records through a free solution that has been provided by the Revenue Authority. The impact of it is that we are also able to better manage our revenue, have better controls to minimize tax evasion, to have controls to be able to have more accurate tax declarations. As we speak, most of us might know, one of the promises that we had for the taxpayers is that once we get on board this automation, then we'll work at simplifying, making it easier to comply, is doing business, simplifying the tax filing processes. As we speak, the VAT return is auto-populated thanks to the implementation of ETIMS, so that from the data we are receiving from the business partners, then we are able to use it to pre-populate the VAT return, make it easier. They don't spend so much time trying to put their transactions in place so that they can be able to file returns. For us, we get the data to be able to monitor compliance management, do our audits better, hopefully with mechanisms in place, because now we are getting to a critical mass of data. Then we see how this will also facilitate shortening the time that it takes for us to process refunds. The other thing that we see with this implementation is the opportunities that it presents for us. So that has actually been a big impact, because apart from using it for revenue administration, we see opportunities where we can integrate with other government bodies for purposes of actually having a centralized database that has transaction data that we would not have had in other scenarios. So the future is bright. The opportunities, they keep opening up as time goes by. In fact, because I was here yesterday and we were talking about it, that our focus had been on petroleum and how to have a fuel management, a fuel solution for petroleum. But we are here, we are talking about the booth opposite us has the gas technology, for example. We are talking about EV. And I was telling my colleagues, that's an area we actually have not talked about. Mm-hmm. And it's always a new opportunity. The industry, thankfully, is always ahead of us, but it's always an opportunity for KRA also to advance and pick up technology where there might be gaps and do better in revenue administration.
Okay. So what is the evidence of ETIMS? Is it that ETR receipt you are given as a normal citizen now? Because, I mean, when I go to a petrol station, I don't get that receipt. I get livid. Yeah? So the evidence of ETIM operational is that ETR receipt, right? And is it what we should demand at a petrol station? What's your take on that? What is the evidence of ETIMS? If yeah. Bring.
So for an how many? Yeah. So for the rest of us, just look at the numbers. I think they're less than 10. So it shows the gap that we actually have. We'd like to attribute it to the inefficiency of the technology that was available to them, because they had to implement the existing solutions. That is, if you have a handheld device, if you have, we have a solution, a mobile app, for example, if that's what they're using to generate invoices. Just think about the petrol stations that normally have many vehicles going through. Some have challenges actually issuing those tax invoices. And that's why we have introduced the ETIMS fuel station solution, which actually integrates with the forecourt solution and basically the fuel management system of a particular outlet. The result of this is that anytime, you see, like when fuel is being dispensed, it's counting both volume and the value of the transaction. Anytime that that transaction ends by that, what do you call it, being replaced to the dispenser, then a receipt is
us to be able to ensure that the trade along that chain, everybody is getting value for their money, then the accuracy must run across the entire sector. Because if we pass the baton to you with the defects, if you correct them, you are the one with the loss. So clandestinely, you start trying your own things, how to break even. So it must start from where we pick it up to the last point where it goes to the tank. And KRA are really eager to see that these measurements are correct, because a tax is about a quantity. So if you cannot place your finger on a quantity, then even the tax you get is also not what you deserve. And so we have about 4 tiers of measurement systems along this year chain. We get the fuel from the ship as it comes in with the people who are bringing in. So we pick it, give it to Kenya Pipeline, and then the other OMCs. There, something is happening. There is an exchange. So when there is an exchange, then the element of accuracy comes in. How much have you given me so that I can pay you this much? Or how much have you given me to transport for you so that when I get the other side, you'll ask me for that quantity? Okay? And so you start there. You require measurements at the port. And measurements must be credible measurements. So these are measurements that must have been approved by the regulator for you to be able to use them. So when that happens, you, the person who is bringing the fuel, you know, I've actually been given this much value for my money. And as you take that quantity, KRA also knows now you have this much. My share in this is this much. So if this 500 ml, then we know I'm going to sell this 500 ml and KRA has this value in it. But if both of us are just trying to imagine that this could be 500 or 400, then that is how the tax would become disenfranchised, because he has to do it on this. But then, at that point, we have meters, which are supposed to pick the fuel. There are two elements to that. There is a meters, then you have storage tanks with the systems, what we call the gauging systems. Some of them would use the tapes, which you dip inside there, get it out. There are those that put automated systems, what we call the automatic tank gauging systems, that will be able to automatically read that quantity. But then, if that meter is not certified accurate and has not been certified that it will not listen to anybody for it to give a value, it will give a value, correct one, irrespective of who is around it, then there comes in the question of the doubt. Okay? And then, at the tank, this gauging system will only be as good as the calibration that went into the tank. Because that height, you'll determine that height accurately, but for the volume, you require another parameter called the cross-sectional area. So if you have not done proper calibration, then however much you automate this process, what it's reading may not be correct. Therefore, you actually now from there is the other point where when the OMC gets the fuel from KPC through the meter into storage tanks, then somebody will come to buy the fuel from the OMC using what? A truck. So therein there is a meter, and then there is a truck which has got either of these two, either a gauge, calibration, or a dipstick. If these meters at the depot are not certified, then it means, one, the accuracy may not be very okay, but the biggest danger is not that the accuracy will fix that, because it will continue telling you the same thing which is wrong, so you can come and fix it. The danger to it is that this equipment, if it's not certified as fit for custody, we say custody transfer, transfer of property in the goods from one person to the other. If it's not certified that it can be able to be accurate, repeatable, and fraud-proof, it means it's a walk-in, walk-out. So whoever comes can talk to it, and it gives you 1 liter when you ask for 1 liter. Another one comes and talks to it, it gives you half a liter when you ask for 1 liter, but indicates 1 liter. That's a tragedy of digital systems. It will indicate 1, okay, and give you half. Then from there, you have this truck that has to move this product to the forecourt. This truck needs to be calibrated. There are two forms, the gauge calibration and the dipstick. This country had only one mode of calibration for that sector. It was the gauge. The dipsticks were allowed for export to the other economies. And the reason we had that, and of course now we've realized now there's dipsticks which are moving locally. The reason we had that was because of the challenges that we saw with issue of safety. The gauge, you feel the entire measure. So it moves full. When you do deep and you have say a client who needs 2,000 liters of fuel, and that bulk measure is a 6,000 liter, you'll put in 2,000 and take to them. Those days, it was not a big thing, because the heads, the prime movers that are moving these products were going at 40 kilometers per hour, 60. Imeenda sana. These days, after the onset of the Actros and the others, these things can do 120, isn't it? Now you can imagine an Actros, 8,000 liters, 4 compartments, 8,000 each. That is 32, isn't it? 32,000 liters. Now it is half 444, because this diesel, this super, this kerosene, 444. Then it's on the road at 120, because they want to get there in good time. Then there is a bend and some oncoming truck. This fuel, by the physics, it will continue going where the truck was going, but the truck has done a bend. What happens to it? The total mass of this fuel and the inertia will be more than what the prime mover can control. It rolls over. So that was one of the issues that were causing a lot of accidents on the road. And so we have not allowed the dipsticks yet. That was the reason it was not allowed. But now they are here. We are doing the law to be able to accommodate them and have a framework of how they'll be used. So as it is now, we have private calibrators who are doing the dipsticks, not the weights and measures. The weights and measures is doing the gauge.
Okay.
Now, when you move from that track to the forecourt, you encounter another measure, the underground storage tank. This is usually the forgotten one in the chain. Somebody will go, pick it from somewhere, however calibrated, put it down here. It comes with a dipstick for it. Now, if this tank is not properly calibrated, you can imagine you have brought in fuel with the gauge calibrated properly. There will be a difference, isn't it? So then what do we say? Maybe the truck has stolen from me, but whatever is down here is where the problem is. Now, you want to reconcile your measurements. Your underground storage tank is not okay. The area which is most compliant is this dispensing pump, because it's verified by our officers in the field all the time. And the people who are selling them, there's a whole control system they know. So now you want to reconcile, this one is accurate, the other one is not. So along that chain, you realize that those losses you talk about are arising from these measurements that cannot speak to each other because there is no accuracy or repeatability or fraud-proof systems. We are saying that we started with KPC because we don't like people pointing fingers backwards. We said, let's start from KPC and sure things are okay. Then the OMC will know things are okay that side. Then they have to make their things work, because when you are using meters which are not approved, it means it's walk in, walk out. Whoever is operating them can come and adjust them. Okay? Then it will still read that quantity. By the way, who has ever seen the fuel get into their tank, the vehicle? When you are fueling on the forecourt, anybody who has ever seen their fuel literally get into their vehicle? You always look at the screen and you have faith in it. The people behind your faith are just representing them. If they are not there, Whether it's half a liter, that thing will read, if it's been told, read 1 liter when you see half a liter, okay? Say yes. It will tell you 2 liters, and you have 1 liter inside, and you go. See, that's how you pay.
Okay. Now we understand the role of this, and now it's a full agency now. I think it was a time it was a department.
Oh, it is still a department.
It is a department.
Yes.
But its role now in the space. I can see you sitting in a dispute resolution. She's asking for her money.
Yeah.
You have a different measurement. This guy has taken you to a tribunal. Do you go to the tribunals to say this is not the measurement you know? Is there a thing, does it happen?
You know, for us, we always say it very clearly. If 2 people are disputing a measurement, then they are using 2 different, each has theirs, isn't it?
Yes.
The first thing is that the measurement must be on this table for us to discuss it. And it's only on this table if it's approved and verified. Then we can come in to understand if this approved and verified and this approved and verified, what is the issue? But if yours is not approved and verified, you are not on this table.
Okay, we will listen to him more. You know, this is a gentleman you need to know if you're in the sector. Because when you meet her asking for something, this is a guy and your measurements are not correct, then you're in a lot of problems. We'll be going to a question session, and I hope you have a few questions for them. But before we ask the questions, I want you to inspire us. We have been ranked number 4. Is it number 6? And for sure, in the economy in Africa, I think you have some good numbers. Why don't you inspire us? Just 2 minutes to inspire us with is there investment? What investments have been going on in the country? You know, your office is our Red Bull. Yeah? You are the one who can tell us whether you are progressing or not progressing. Tell us something about why you think we have grown to that number and the contribution.
Thank you. In terms of investment coming to the country, we're not doing that badly. We have specific sectors that we are facilitating, which include energy, which is an enabler to these sectors, manufacturing, ICT, hospitality. So we are getting quite a number of investments coming in. We have close to 14 different projects valued close to 1.4 billion coming in under green investments that we are facilitating, and we should be able to seal some of these deals in the next 2 to 3 weeks. We'll look at by the end of May, we should be able to have sealed some of these deals. As a country, what we are doing now is target specific investments. And currently, we are mapping local investors. You know, you ask who's an investor. If I may just go back briefly, that all of us are investors. Even James is an investor.
Even me, I'm an investor.
You're a big investor. In consulting, you're a big investor, and we appreciate you.
Oh, okay.
Now, you need to talk to KRA to see if that position is also committed to what you are. Anyway, yes, maybe we can have a discussion of that. The level of facilitation that you require as an investor is where Can Invest comes in. But we all treat our investors equally. And it's good to note that 70% of investors in this country are local. They're local. You know. And to capacitate more locals, we're encouraging more and more joint ventures and partnerships. So for the investments that we're currently working on, there are more of JVs and partnerships. And that includes investments in the counties. We're working very closely with the counties in terms of facilitating the establishment and operations operationalization, that word, of the county aggregation industrial parks, the KIPs. We are working very closely with the special economic zones to make sure that we get investments that are geared towards export market and also export processing zones and industrial parks. So, in terms of data, I have to be honest, there's no single institution in this country that will tell you this is the amount of investments we have received. Not even KRA. As a country, we do not have data. And the reason being that, unlike other countries, it's not mandatory for you to register your investment with us. So you can come in, start operating your business, and we don't have a clue that you're in this country.
Okay.
I remember some years back, we were sharing data with KRA, and there was a big variance between those who had registered with Kenya Investment Authority and those who are actually paying taxes. And that's the reason why we have an officer from KRA at Kenya Investment Authority, just to be able to close that gap. Right? One of the things we are discussing right now is how do we work with various government agencies, private sector organizations, to make sure that we register these investors who are coming to the country. In that case, we'll be able to help where there are challenges.
That's right.
You know, one of the key things in terms of investment promotion, James, everybody in this country is an investment promoter. From the Uber driver who picks the investor from the airport, to the hotel guests, hotel employees, they're all investment facilitators. But the key thing is that do they have information that is correct, accurate, that will assist this investor? So you find most of them, when they have hit a dead end, that's when they remember Kenya Investment Authority exists.
Okay.
But we want to work with the Uber drivers, organize trainings for them, give them basic data, work with the hotels, give them basic data, so that when they're meeting these investors, they're able
To give the story.
some information.
Very good, very good. You know, that's why, when you look at our books, the country has got 30,000 mortgages, while there are more than 2 million houses owned by people. So, yeah. So, do you have questions? Yeah? Yes.
Yeah, just before they get to the questions, just a critical one, because I know the issue that I've been getting around is the losses. That's the key thing in this sector.
Yes.
The losses.
Yes.
And I have tried to outline how you can mitigate the losses. The issue is accuracy is the key thing.
Yes.
Now, in a sector where the middle center doesn't have approved measuring instruments, you definitely have to have a problem. The depots in this country, not one single of them have an approved metering system. And you remember I talked about the equipment, you will talk to it, then you can agree, let us adjust a bit, when you come up. Approved measuring systems are like children. When you tell them, let's do this, they'll say, Mama alikata. They'll say, Mapana. So if you insist, they'll wait for Mama akikuja, then they'll say, so and so had said we do this and I refused. Or so and so said we do this, when I refused, they forced me to do it. Those are the meters which are approved. They will tell on you if you do something funny. But the meters which are not approved, when you come back, it will be as okay as anything else, but something has happened.
Okay. So meters must be, those are the key areas. I work in the energy space and I've seen metering causing a lot of problems. So let's have a round of questions as we close up. But it's a very interesting
discussion. Yes.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, quick. Yeah.
I know we could be having quite a number of questions. We are only pressed for time, but this is such a critical discussion for our industry, and I needed to throw a spanner in the works and see how can weights and measures start talking to KRA. How can you talk to each other and also bring the industry into play? And I'll give you an example. Kenya will lose about losses, just fuel losses. We talk about almost 2% of all the fuel falls under losses. Now, when you look at a vehicle that is leaving the depot, it has a KRA entry. The dealer has paid for 10,000 liters. The KRA entry says 9850. So there's a variance of 150 liters. Then he's told, no, it's because of the temperatures. Tomorrow, the volume will have expanded, and you're probably going to get back your 150 liters. But the person has been invoiced at 10,000. KRA has billed at 9850. We can't really have a temperature variance of 150 liters. And this is happening across the supply chain. So I think if you did your math, money is being lost just because weights and measures are not talking to KRA, or you're not talking to each other, and also advising the industry. You've said that there is no depot. We have 6 depot facilities with various depots. That there's no depot with an approved or with a...
Yeah, sorry. There is only one, I had forgotten. There is only one down in between Mombasa and Nairobi.
Kwanza.
That's the only one.
Kwanza is the only depot that has an approved one. Now can you imagine? That's a big indictment. Wouldn't you agree, Madam Hakamba? And therefore, I think value is being lost on the tax side. Dealers are losing because you're being invoiced for volumes that you can't be able to sell. So that's one point. Another point, and this is in ETIMS integration, we have over 2,000 stations that are single pumps in this country. Single and maybe 2 pumps. Will those stations also need to be fully automated? Or how do we treat somebody who just has a single pump in this category? So that, I think, is a critical question that I'm even receiving now from my members, and I think they need to hear your voice on that. Having said that, I want to appreciate this panel, a very rich panel that needs to continue, and I implore, because we have several automation companies on this expo, please have a discussion with weights and measures, have a discussion with KRA. Because I know we have DFS, we have others, they have automated gate systems, and you know automation cannot be done without inventory being looked at. So there's a chain there that needs to be harmonized. Please, let's have these conversations. And I don't want to close people from questions, but I know our time is up and we need to get into the other session. Thank you so much.
I think we'll just take 1 or 2 quick questions, but to me, I've never sat with weights and measures here, and you are very critical. I've not seen you in our electrical sector, but you are very critical in what we are doing. So there's a lot of questions. Me personally, I have more than 10 questions, but I think because of time, we'll take only 2, 3. Then you give closing remarks, each one of you. But please, let's interact with them. This is only, you have just touched, you have just scratched. But when you see him and you see KRA here, and one of you is not talking to the system the way John has said, then there's a challenge. So maybe 1 or 2 extra questions and we get closing remarks. Yes.
My name is Daniel Kimemia from Poak. My question is about a very dangerous statement that has come from our friend here, that it's only one depot in this country that has certified measurements. So what are you doing about it? Because it means if this, whatever the measurements they have are not accurate, then the customers are losing. And even KRA could also be losing. What are you doing about it? Because I thought you should address that.
Thank you. Any other one question around there? Yes? Quick. Thank you.
Yes, good morning.
Morning.
My name is Ivan Smayo from NextGen. So I have one question again for weights and measures. I'm a distributor of pumps that are approved. And I know that probably in this market there are also pumps that are dispensing out there that are not approved. So I'll also want to know from Wamwana, what is weight and measures doing about, do they have a program to check around the country the pumps that are being used to fuel in our stations, if they are really approved by weights and measures, just to be sure about their calibration and the way they operate. So
Thank you. But I think you have a stand here. Do you have a stand? You have a stand there also. These are very key questions. You have a stand there. Because let me tell you, if you don't measure well, you will meet her, then you'll have a challenge. So, and he'll ask you whether your measurements, whether they are calibrated. I'm talking from the Kenya Power side of business that I know. Yeah? So, thank you very much. And I will give each 1.5 minute closing remarks as you answer, and I think you are getting the mood of the conference here. Maybe you can just 1.5 minutes as we close here. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I have one question from John about us talking to KRA. Yes, we started a conversation at a level. Even the issue of this automation, we are putting in our contribution to be able to make that automation better. You've talked about single points. Those are the things that we'll be able to engage. We are engaging, and especially we are also engaging for the entire chain, because we want to correct the entire system. As we talk about loss, they talk about a bigger loss. If you are not sure what has come in, then how do you tax it? And you are not the one who brought in. It's me who brought in. In this case, who is likely to lose? It's you who didn't bring in, isn't it? Yes. So here you can always see that KRA is one of the receiving end. So we have a very deliberate program now to work with KRA to be able to unlock this. You see, you tell KRA, collect taxes. So we're saying before they come back and say, now we need to increase the tax, first we exhaust what you have said, collect. And that's what we want to, we are assisting them to do.
You have 20 seconds to finish.
So the other one is what we are doing about the depots. When you hear me speak of those numbers, it means we have done surveillance as a first move. We have sat down now to be able to indicate how do we ensure that this chain works well. And so we have told about KPC, which we have worked with so that these people don't point fingers backwards, and now we are coming to the depots so that we are able to handle them.
Thank you. Last sentence.
Yes. For the unapproved, they are not supposed to be in trade. That's why we made sure that they are approved. Challenges might have come in because of the devolution, where our officers went to the counties, and the county management may not understand what they are supposed to do, so they don't facilitate them well to be able to carry out that mandate. We are speaking to the counties also, county management. The only challenge we have is that the turnover sometimes at that level is for the those CECs and chief officers is so high. You have them in the meeting today, tomorrow is in agriculture.
Okay,
yes.
Good. So I think sometimes when you fuel your car, the gauge doesn't move. Another petrol station, the gauge moves. Yeah, so I think that's an issue. What's your inspiring message to the investors that the machines that are here, should they go back with them, or you'll give them a plot somewhere they start?
They're already here. Kenya is a very good country to invest in.
Thank you.
It's one of the few countries that you are assured on return on your investment. We have a lot of physical and non-physical incentives for investors, and especially in this subsector. Our location is favorable. Our infrastructure, the port of Mombasa, we are building Lamu. The national carrier is able to fly you to various destinations that you want to go. But most critically, we have trainable labor. Kenyans are very adaptive to different techs. We have a group of Gen Zs that are extremely good at their work. James, I have colleagues and they're here seated next to me. I learn a lot from them. A lot from them, you know. And the people that are going to drive this industry. So, when you're in this country, you are assured of making profits. You are assured of having a stable investment climate. Now, I mentioned that we are looking at various subsectors. And from this conversation, I want to assure Njogu that we'll sit down with all stakeholders, private and public. Bring KRA together. We are the voice of the private sector. So we'll bring these guys together. Let's look at how are we able to efficiently support these investors to invest more in this country and not to look at other investment destinations.
True. Good. And my friend from KRA.
Yes, thank you. So in way of closing remarks and also responding to the question that was asked, we know that we all get into business not for fulfilling government requirements. You're getting into business to make money and to ensure that you give efficient service delivery to your customers. That's your main goal. But government normally comes along the way, you have seen, with various requirements. So as from a KRA perspective, especially for the question for the small business owners in the fuel sector, we are always open for engagement, because right now the prescribed solution for the fuel sector is the ETIMS fuel system, the solution. However, if someone falls out of this scope for one reason or the other, we invite them to come to the table. We get to understand what kind of situation or circumstances they are facing. Remember, ETIMS was introduced on a premise of flexibility. So flexibility means understanding your business environment and being able to identify which solution really fits your business environment. Just taking into consideration, the main solution right now for the fuel sector is the one I was talking about. But in the event someone is not fitting in that category, we are open for collaboration. Same with the other government organization. I always say there's always an opportunity to interact with our peers to see what we can leverage on to give better government services to our taxpayers. Just to close also, I've just introduced the subject. My team is available at the booth. Please visit our booth. You get more information. You get information on how to go about you being able to comply with the requirements that are in place. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let us clap for the panel. Let me give you an example as we close. 3 years ago, when we were trying to put a chip factory here in Kenya, tulizunguka, and you know, there is a small clause in the budget of 2019 that exempted chips from tax. You see that, not reading those finer details. So we were crying all over about taxation, yet it was just to take to the Ministry of Finance to start implementing that, so that those chips can come in without paying VAT. So there is a lot in government, and don't go and sit, and don't use a lot of brokers like us. Just come to and sit down with this gentlemen and ladies in their offices and with their teams, and you'll be able to get a first-hand solution to any challenges and how to invest and how to put KRA. You can be told where to go invest, where there is less tax, I think. There are places where to encourage, right? It's still taxation where there is very little taxation, corporate tax, the SEC zones and all that. So with those remarks, gentlemen, ladies, let's clap for them again. And also clap for me also. Thank you. Let me take a photo. Yeah, take a photo here. Good.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's have another round of applause for this amazing team. I'm telling you, the brains here. You know, I'm listening at the discussion and I'm like, this is a whole masterclass. They deserve more time than whatever we've given them. But I know, and I know for sure that they're here. So if you have any more questions, you can go to them and ask them as many questions as you need. I want to invite my AfriFueling team to come so that we can gift them. So do not go anywhere. So I will ask you, I'll ask you maybe to stand on the side, then I'm going to call you. So you can join me here. You can all join me here. All right. Okay, good. I want to invite our convener to come up here so he can help us give you something good. You know, you don't just come here and get nothing. Good. So at least as we do this, kindly make sure you look at the camera. Good, lovely, there you go. Great. Then we're going to have one good photo. Great. Lovely. Help me appreciate them so that you're not just idle. Good. Lovely. So they're going to have one photo. And as I said, if you have any question that you feel you would have wanted to hear from them, this is a good time for you to note down your question. Then later on we shall engage them on our tea break. We shall be able to have much time to engage them. Let me have a team clear the stage for me. Thank you. That session was about enabling environment through government agency support. And thank you so much, Mr. James Ngomeli, John Wamwana, Hukamba Wangwe. Yes, thank you so much. And also Amisi. Great. We're going to another session. That was lovely. And now this second session, it's a presentation and we're calling it Disruption in Motion, Technology, Strengths, and Transforming 4 Systems. And here to give us this presentation is one gentleman all the way from South Africa. We are so privileged to have different people here. And I told you to be ready because this gentleman, I looked at his presentation and he has some cutting edge tech presentation that he's about to bring to us right now. So ladies and gentlemen, if you're ready, you can help me welcome Mr. Fergus Heading. He's the director of ATG Business Development at Dover Fueling Systems. Fergus is a global leader in fueling innovation from smart metering to AI-driven predictive maintenance. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together as you help me welcome the one and only Mr. Fergus. Small technical issue. Great. You know, today is about tech, eh? So it's good to have some kidogo technical issues to prepare our minds that today is all about tech, right? So as they're handling the technical issue, I want to tell you that we have a panel that is going to follow immediately another panel. So stay put, buckle up, because this is going to be an amazing one. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it again for Mr. Fergus. One more time for Mr. Fergus as he comes here. Thank you.
Morning. Morning, everybody. Still morning. Yeah, I'm fine. There was a small issue with my presentation going missing, but maybe a correction on some of them. So I was a late draft in. My presentation is not what was on the agenda. And I'm also not from South Africa. I don't know where that came from. So I am from Ireland. I live just outside Dublin. I work for Dover Fueling Solutions. For those who remember Tockheim, I'm originally from Tockheim. 30 years this year in October, I've been in this fueling industry. Seen lots of changes. And believe me, the panel before, I've got so many answers or questions for you on how it works. It's not that difficult. Can you go to the next slide? Gentlemen. Next one. So, just a quick snapshot of DFS, Dover Fueling Solutions. This is us. All of these that you might be familiar with are all part of DFS. DFS was in 2017, a company called Dover Corporation in the US acquired Tockheim. And then in their wisdom, they decided to acquire Wayne, which was our biggest competitor, and put us all in the same group. So we used to have a blue team and a red team. Now we're just the purple team. And now we have these other companies. Some might be familiar with you. OPW might be, Fairbanks, ProGauge is the tank gauge element. Next slide. Now, what we're going to discuss, and it leads on nicely from what was discussed in the panel before, is optimizing your fuel. So this is optimizing how it's delivered, and how it's transported, how it's sold to the customer, and how you also keep track of it. The better word for it, to be honest, is visibility. It's visibility on everything. So some of the questions or challenges that came up within weights and measures, how you track it, there are things that we can help with. Next slide. Next one. So this is an overview of everything connected, visibility-wise. So from the fuel product being delivered to the sites, from tracking the trucks, from selling to a customer, but the primary focus of all of this is to make sure that the customers are served correctly, promptly, and with a good service product behind it. It's not about us just providing equipment to you. So next. So what we mean by fuel system optimization, same as I said, better fuel supply planning. So fuel is delivered to the sites when they need it, and not because it's Tuesday or Thursday. It's in just in time. Also, better fuel stock and loss control. So you mentioned some numbers about fuel loss. The interesting one was on temperature, which I'll come back to. And then this one, better management of compliance, depending on your rules and regulations. Next. 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 So, the first question, to some of you who are retailers, why tank gauges, or why automatic tank gauges? In the past, everybody thought it was to do about inventory, about managing how much fuel is in the tank. But to be honest, it's a lot more. We did get asked by a customer in Europe before, why should they buy our tank gauge? And we asked him, why do you need a tank gauge? And he said, nobody has ever asked me. He said, the answer is very different, and you can see them here, depending on what it is. Is it for health and safety? Do we really want people walking out on a forecourt that has vehicles on it with a dipstick? Also, dipsticks are not accurate, no matter what anybody says. They have pits missing, they use the wrong one. The human eye can see about plus or minus 4 millimeters. A tank gauge probe that we put in the tank measures 0.01 of a millimeter. So there's no conversation on that. Also, more about compliance. Are we compliant to rules? Environmental risk. Are we leaking fuel? How much is it going to cost to fix that? And then more importantly, reputation of the station. Have they always got fuel? When I go to buy my fuel, is it always there? So tank gauges are a major part of all of that, or component. Next. Next, we don't need to do that one. So this is a typical tank gauge, what they look like. So there's 3 in our family, depending on various functionality that you need to do with either if you have suction or if you have pressure dispensers. They all come fully loaded with the software. They can all support multiple tanks. But more importantly is on the next slide for you guys. So this is the probe. This is the bit that goes inside the tank. This is where it all comes from. And uniquely for us, we have something that's extremely flexible. Back to South Africa as a reference, is very popular in South Africa, and it's this, the wireless probe. So wireless probes are really fit for purpose on stations that are maybe what we call legacy, a little bit older, or whenever they were constructed, there was no infrastructure put in place for cabling and ducting or conduit or whatever you want to call it. So with wireless technology, we don't need that. So now, on the wireless technology, this uses a very specific bandwidth. It is not impacted by trucks or vehicles being parked on top of tanks. It is what's called a master device, so it wakes up, it transmits, it goes back to sleep. And it, from a customer perspective, so from you looking at the information, it's exactly the same, whether it's wireless or wired. You wouldn't know any difference. But it's really on the cost of installation that's the big difference. As long as we have a manhole chamber that has an entry into the tank, we can put a probe in it. You can put as many as you want. The console can support up to 16, but traditionally fuel stations are around 3 or 4 tanks. Next page. Next. Now, all of them come with an interface to what we call DX Wetstock, or a wetstock management service. And it is in different forms, different features, and it can help address some of the elements that you have to do with tank calibration, deliveries that are possibly short, fueling that is over or under. So next slide. Next slide. So these are some of the traditional way. Do I have an Excel sheet? Am I writing down what was delivered, what was sold? Do I do the planning manually? This is what most people do. But by providing or by using technology that is available today, we can collect all the data and provide that in a dashboard service and some other services but on it that can also help. So you don't have to do it. The system will tell you when to order fuel, but also more importantly, next one. Next one. Here. We can also give you reconciliation in real time. This one. So we had an interesting topic about meters on dispensers with weights and measures. We can identify if a dispenser is over dispensing or under dispensing. We can also tell you which dispensers are the most used, which ones have slow flow rate, which ones need some maintenance. More importantly, up to this one where it says theft, we can also detect which ones have been put into override and they're being used without authority. So that's fuel theft. Also taxes are not paid. Next one. Next. Next, next. Next. So, in a nutshell, and then I'm going to show you some numbers. So, it's environmental protection, it's compliance, depending on what your country or region asks you for. Visibility is the key one. So, with this type of service, we monitor 3 of the biggest oil companies in the world globally are using this service. Some of them are also in Kenya. We improve the profit margins because we reduce your losses. And also we lower the operational cost on it. Next. Now, everybody loves a number. So these are numbers. So this is real life. Right? These are not made up. So we ran a concept on 10 fuel stations that were in the UK for 6 months. And on those 10 stations, as you can see here, we found 4 leaks on the station. But if we hadn't have touched anything and left them trading, that would have meant 39,000 litres of fuel would have leaked into the ground over a 1-year cycle. 27,000 litres of fuel would have been oversold because the dispensers were not calibrated properly. So we could save around $500,000 for this one customer. So we can provide this data. This is real life. This is what happens in real life. So if you imagine that your fuel dispenser is over dispensing by 0.5 litre every transaction, you're not getting paid for it. The customer gets it. Or if every time you get a fuel delivery from a truck, it's 500 litres short, you're still being invoiced it. Now, something that did come up, just on maybe food for thought. Does anybody understand the temperature compensation? So you brought up a very valid point about temperature variation. So depending on hot and cold climates, fuel increases or shrinks in its volume. Not in its energy, but it's in its volume. So for example, here where you have a warmer climate, if the fuel is in the truck and it arrives at site, maybe it's 30 degrees in the fuel. The fuel underground is not, because it's underground, so it could be 20 degrees. When you drop the hot fuel on top of the colder fuel, it increases and then it goes back down again. So you see an increase in volume. And it happens the other way around as well. So in order to do that, and I'm not sure in Kenya because I'm not familiar, outside of here, we have a thing called temperature compensation. So everything is calculated from the depot to the station at 15 degrees. It's an industry standard. Across Asia, it's 20, Europe, it's 15. Which means that when you pay your invoice to the oil company, you pay at 15 degrees, because that's the standard. So maybe that's something that needs to be discussed to be adopted. Is 20 here? Yeah. So the tank gauge also provides, and the whole wet stock solution, the volume in the ambient temperature, which is what it is today, also in 20 degrees. So for your reconciliation of financial records, it's clean, it's easy. So I can take a couple of questions, and then I have to wrap up because we're way behind. No, crystal clear. Everybody's going to have tank gauges?
So thank you for that presentation. I think most of us are very familiar with your products. The name that we didn't know is Ndova, but I think I have so many years that I've used Tokim, Wayne, those pumps, and OPW dispensers. So, and it's proven that you have the best product at this side of the globe in terms of the equipment. My question here is the integration. How versatile is what you're offering for integration with ERPs, with the account management systems and such?
Very. So if we go at the cloud level for DX Wetstock, we can provide APIs and we integrate to SAP, Oracle, everything else. We also don't restrict that to anything. So if there is something we need to integrate to. From the tank gauge and the support on on-site systems, it supports all the common protocols and can connect to all the common devices. So we use this system globally, so it's not new to us if we need to do some work on integration, so there's not an issue.
Okay. I think that's pretty clear. Maybe the other one I may just want to get to know is the training. You do training for the people that are supposed to handle this equipment.
We do training with our distributors here, but we are in discussion about doing some dedicated sessions, more focusing on forecourt technology in today's world rather than the future. So it's today we need to address. If we address today, that'll help the future. So we need to start at the bottom and work our way up.
I appreciate. I think I may just want to make a comment that that kind of a solution is part and parcel of what is lacking when it comes to efficiency within the forecourt. And I think if it works the way you've explained it, I think it's something that we may want to look at.
It works. Believe me, it works.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your time.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it again for Fergus. Thank you. So sorry, Fergus, I'm here moving you from one country to another. He needs one more selfie with everybody, so this is, you know the drill. This is when we lift our hands up, and then what do you say? AfriFueling Expo, 1, 2, 3. Beautiful. Thank you so much. Great conversations, great insights. And of course, we are privileged to have a pioneer when it comes to innovation and tech. One more round of applause for Fergus. Great. We are doing well, and as I wait for my setup here for the next panel, which will be headed by the one and only Jesse Munil. Ladies and gentlemen, can we recognize the partners that we have here as we wait for the setup to happen? Let me have the partners that we have here so we can give a shout out to them. Let's see. First of all, give a shout out to yourself when you're there, because you've stayed the whole time. Give a shout out to yourself, a clap for yourself. Let me have the slide with the people who are here. Let's start with Paul Porak. Wapi makofi yao? I mean, this team has decided that they will be not just the brains, but just to make sure that every discussion surrounding fuel and where we want to go as a nation, that they want to be the head of that conversation. Where is my logos? Display team. My partners' logos. All right, let's give it up for Ola. Ola is here. Let's give it up for Pesapal. They're also here. Who else am I forgetting? We have KRA. Give it up for KRA. And we had one gentleman who taught us a lot about measurements and all that. Give it up for them one more time. I know EPRA was also here. Clap for EPRA. Great. Now, let's jump to our discussion. And ladies and gentlemen, the discussion that we are about to begin right now is also very, very important. And the panel that I'm about to bring to you will be here, and we'll be discussing tech enablers. So, infrastructure that powers the future. And that is all that we need to know, because as we said earlier, we are here to discuss what we have and what we need. Ladies and gentlemen, moderating one more time. He was here yesterday, a great speaker, a great moderator, ladies and gentlemen. The one and only MD of Petropal. Ladies and gentlemen, this guy is not just the director, but he's a champion in infrastructure development and sustainable energy solutions. Ladies and gentlemen, with his Ankara on, with following the theme, he looks way better than the MC. Give it up for the one and only Jesse Munir. Now, we'll be joined by a panel here, and I want to introduce the Director of International Sales at OMIS, you can say OMIS, a dynamic force in the digital transformation of oil management systems. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Blaise Nzombe. Come on, you need to, but you need to appreciate them the way you'd want. Is that how you'd want people to clap for you, huh? Great, thank you so much. Also looking very sharp, huh? Then we have the head of sector petroleum at Pesapal. Ladies and gentlemen, they are there showing us how to fuse fintech and energy in impactful ways. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome John Rene Inyanago. Thank you. You know, I paid people. I came, they are on salary. So do better, do better, do better. Ladies and gentlemen, and we also have one more. He is a senior project manager at Joint Technology, known for deploying smart fueling systems across the region. Ladies and gentlemen, if you can put your hands apart, together, apart, together, apart, together, apart, together, apart, together, for the one and only Gavin Dan. Where is he? Gavin? He's not here? All right. Let me see. Are we on track? Okay, Joint Tech. Is he here? Is he here? Is he here? Let me have somebody call him. If whatever he is, he can hear me, he can join us here. All right. Can we give it up for this team one more time? Amazing team. So yesterday I told you guys to keep note because today there's been a lot of conversations and we are not just here, we are forging the future, right? Jesse, you ready? All right, I'm told we had forgotten Advertech. Where is Benjamin? Wapi makofi ya Benjamin. Now Advertech, we all know Advertech. They're here to show us how fuel management systems and remote monitoring works. Welcome so much. Thank you so much. So this is the team that we have in front of us. Don't they look amazing? They look amazing. Are you ready? Are you ready for them? Great.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As we wait for Joint Tech, I think I can maybe say something. The fueling sector is changing. It's now data, digital integration and automation. And the team here today is going to discuss that. I think I can lay some ground rules. This is a conversation, so don't be under pressure. And no jargon. I know we are techies, but no jargon, no acronyms. Let's say I think most of our audience are not techies, so let's try and break it down, use layman language as much as possible. But it's a conversation, so no pressure at all. So I'll start with Advertech. I know you've been in East Africa, and you can, when you're answering the first question, you can just give a small intro about your company and what it does. And maybe I can ask you, how is, because I know you've done compliance, VAT compliance in multiple countries. How has that changed the fueling behavior across East Africa? And how is it, what can we expect that in terms of behavior change is going to happen in Kenya as a result?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. My name is Benjamin. I'm the head of innovation and digital at Advertech. And it's a great pleasure to be among the panelists to discuss this very important topic on digital transformation and how taxation, compliance, and management of OCOT and solutions that can be able to automate processes. So I would say
we are a technology company, as many of you know us. I'll be very brief on that. We provide solutions that, of course, enhance operations at the forecourt and also business processes, just to optimize and to ensure that then you are able to leverage on technology to achieve whatever desired outcome for a business. So when I talk about taxation, as the question has been put straight, is well, compliance has been a bit an issue in most of the East African countries, of course, starting with we started with Tanzania, but different public participations and engaging stakeholders in the fuel industry, like we have the outlets, associations, independent petrol stations, all marketing companies, engaging them closely to be able to appreciate the fact that when you talk about the taxman and you talk about business, it's actually a process of, you know, just making sure that you can have visibility of your data, and your contribution to the growth of an economy is actually drawn from your compliance. So I would say what has brought the milestones that Advatech has taken in Uganda, Rwanda, Tanzania, in Kenya, Zambia, and Zimbabwe is we've closely engaged stakeholders, engaged the tax authorities to be able to enhance, come up with systems that are seamless, that are easy to implement, because when you make it too complex and too digital or too robust, then you lose the mark. But when we walk the journey with the taxpayers, as we call them, or business partners, then we are able to actually deliver on the solution or the required demand in the market, and also meet the compliance regulations. So thank you very much.
Thank you. I think I'll probably ask that question later, but in a different way. So thank you, Mr. Wang, for joining us. But I'll take the next question to Rene. I know Pesapal has been in the market, especially with regards to payment and fintech, and now you're coming into the fueling sector, offering ETIMS integration and forecourt management solutions. Maybe you can tell us, because you've worked this journey with other sectors that are way more advanced in terms of digital integration, what lessons that you have learned that you're trying to bring into this sector to be able to make it future ready?
Thank you. I'll introduce myself again, if you don't mind. My name is John Rene Inyanga. I'm the head of sector petroleum at Pesapal, like Muni has introduced me. So I think I'll start by demystifying quite a few fallacies that are floating out there. Number one is ETIMS found us on a journey. So I want to describe the journey just in a few words. Our journey starts in 2009, right after the global depression, and we realized African businesses are exposed, and wanted to come up with a team in the company that connects African businesses to the global financial system, so that in case we have got shocks in this system, we are not disadvantaged. So the journey starts in 2009, and we go into the payment services industry, or financial industry as some would prefer. Then around 2016, 2017, we realize, and these requests come from the market, that other than payments, and since you're doing payments so well, there are other industries where if you transfer your experiences and your knowledge in the payment side, then you can solve. We have done that in restaurants, we've done that in the hospitality space, in airlines, and the elephant in the room today, which is the petroleum industry. So Pesapal forecourt management solution is a homegrown solution. It is a software solution. Our main focus is forecourt retail convenience. Most of you here, investors and even the guys in the regulatory space, would agree that after the turn, probably in the last 10 years, you've realized most petrol stations are having more restaurants, more grab-and-go eateries, more convenience stores, or even a petrol station or a fuel retail outlet coupled with a mall. So the space that we are going into is this space of focal retail convenience. We want to have a unified management approach for the investor, so that if you are running a forecourt and you've got forecourt devices, so from wet stock to dry stock to sales management, then again you have a restaurant, you have a fast food, you have a service bay, you have a chemist. We have got all solutions. So the idea is to make sure that we give you a unified platform where you can track sales performance, you can track your stock position, and also you can reward. It's also a HR tool. So the experiences that we are pulling from the financial services sector is, number one, integrations. The financial services sector is quite integrated. The interconnectivity between banks, between the different PSPs that you guys use all the time is at a very high level, and which we realized in the fuel retail sector, most systems run parallel to each other, and the objective that they're trying to deliver are the same. So integrations is one of the things. The second one is support, technical support, merchant support, the different level of support. So that is something that is big in the financial services sector. We are also trying to transfer that to the petroleum retail space. And lastly is a cultural shift when it comes to technology. Because for instance, M-Pesa is embraced by virtually the whole country. It's a technological product. But the levels of acceptance when it comes to technology in the fuel retail space is quite low. So that is something, again, we've put it as a task upon us within this journey to make sure that we change the thinking of the motorist, change the thinking of the retailer, change the thinking of the OMC towards technologies that are put in place to make their operations, to make them profitable. Yes, so thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you. I think one of the things I've picked from you is integrations. And integrations, I think, for the people who are not taking is how you connect one system so that it's able to talk to the other one, and therefore you are able to have a bigger platform that can be able to do much more. And one of the things that we have seen is the evolution of technology, even in the fueling sector. You have at the base of it, you've had the forecourt management softwares, and then now with integrations, then you're able now to get payments as another layer. But then we're also seeing more layers coming up, more secondary layers coming up. And I think this question now goes to Blaise. Maybe you can tell us how integrating maintenance softwares or maintenance platforms onto the forecourt management system is able to help your customers or able to help the oil marketing companies deliver more value.
Hi guys, good afternoon, or is it good morning? Not too sure. So my name is Blaise. I'll give a quick introduction. I am the Director of International Sales at a company called OMIS. We are a maintenance management software, and what that means, I'll give it just a quick explanation. We give fuel retailers transparency on absolutely everything that's going on at the site as far as maintenance is concerned. From the time any equipment on the forecourt, convenience store, or car wash breaks to when it's fixed. What does that mean also? Because they have that transparency, that also means that they're able to track who is fixing what and how well they are fixing it. Each fuel retailer, they have different partners in charge of fixing the equipment. The platform is also able to track whether or not the person fixing it is fix it on time, if they are within service level agreement defined time. And if they are not, they're able to hold them accountable. So I'll give you an example. You are the rubies of this world and have a contract with this company A, B, and C. Within your contract, define that if something breaks, then you're supposed to fix it within 12 hours. They take 24 hours to fix it. Who pays for the additional 12 hours of business interruption? So these are this is sort of the sort of transparency that we bring to fuel retailers. We'll talk a little bit more about it later. But back to your question, JC. So I believe we all sitting here, we're part of one big ecosystem. So what we do complements what they do. Because if the equipment is down, there's no compliance, there's no payment, there's nothing is happening. So what we do is we this is where we talk about integration, and Jesse just explained it. All our system here, all your systems, is able to communicate with OMIS, and that helps maintenance of the equipment or of the services that you guys have on site or that you guys look after. It's great to have all of these systems, etc. But if they are done 50% of the time, it's a big loss to our fuel retailers. And that's exactly how our system complements absolutely every single system of my fellow panelists sitting here. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we had a whole conversation in the morning about fuel loss, fuel variance. I think that is one of the biggest headaches in our industry, where as a dealer or an oil marketing company, you buy fuel, but you end up losing it before you deliver it to the customer, or even in the process of delivering it to the customer. Maybe you can tell us, Mr. Wang, how you're using technology to address this big challenge that is there in the fueling sector.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Gavin. I'm from Shenzhen Joint Technology. So a company with 20 years dedication on the AIoT and the big data of smart logistics. So we have been focused on the electronic cargo tracking solutions. We know with rapid development of our economy, the demand for the refined oil is increasing. So it makes the markets for the demand of oil transportation so also maintain the steady growth. And we can say that Kenya imports oil, and also we transport the oil to Uganda, to Rwanda, or to Congo. So the government also pays more and more attention to the safety transportation, and they launches a series of the strict regulations and policies to ensure the safe transportation. But we still have the challenges for how to improve the transporter efficiency, and to prevent oil theft or smuggling and oil mixing. So what we want is to have the control. We want to have the plan for the transportation, to have the control, and to increase the tax, and to ensure the safety transportation. So how joint tech can help? So we have been working with we have been supplying the 20,000 ECLs have been are under protecting, mostly like in Tanzania, in Senegal, in Ghana, in Togo customers. So I hope we can share some experience or the technology used in ensure the safety transportation and improve the transport efficiency for the oil field, transportation field. Okay.
Thank you. I think now for an open question. I know what you're trying to do, Blaise. You're trying to close loopholes in maintenance. I think everybody here who's ever been in the oil industry knows that maintenance is a gravy train. Lots of money is lost every day, every month, every year through maintenance. For example, if you may have an equipment that technicians are sent every day to be able to fix, and then you are also trying to close a loophole. One is taxation. The other one, of course, we know that forecourt management solutions plug a lot of theft and inefficiency. Mr. Wang here with Joint Tech, you're trying to control theft. So how do you go against the culture? Because the culture in the organizations is that we want things to remain the way they are. We want things to be manual because of the incentive. People are making money out of the manual systems. How do you go about it, and what lessons have you learned as you've addressed different clients to be able to tackle this? Because I feel like the oil industry needs to go with the technology. However, there is this big challenge where people are holding back because of the incentive. Over to you, please.
That's a very good question. I think we can all acknowledge here that change is always extremely challenging. Whether it's changing your phone, whether it's changing the way that you do things at work. The way that we've gone about it to address the difficulties that people face when it comes to change is to present the incentive. If I were to change what I'm doing right now by reading 10 Excel sheets to using almost to have absolutely everything real time, what's that going to bring me as a company? And what we've seen is that I'll give you guys just a rough figure. I'm doing a presentation later that you guys can attend to learn in detail. By closing these loopholes, a single gas station saves about $5,900 per month by closing these loopholes. So obviously we put these numbers down in front of the
that's about 700,000 shillings.
Yeah. per site per year. So if you have 10, let's talk about the smallest site, or not the smallest, but the average in Kenya. Say for example you have 10 sites, multiply that by 12 by 10. That's how we address the resistance. Yeah.
It's an open question, so I think the other panelists can chime in. How do you address culture as the biggest impediment to technology change, especially in the fueling sector? And how have you done it in other sectors? What lessons can we pick up? What lessons can we learn?
Thanks, Jose. And to address that, I think what technology focuses on is the value that is brought by automating the processes. For instance, bringing on board a forecourt management system. So just like he said that you're able to save on costs that will go into challenges that are brought by manual way of handling business. So for instance, as a company, our key focus on bringing the value to the retailer or the business owner and give them an assurity that they can have visibility of their data and also have clear reporting on this data and also reference this data in their business decision-making processes and management. When you look at the cost that will go into, for instance, automation and installing a software, and the costs that will go into deploying manpower to handle several processes that happen at the forecourt, you realize that you are able to leverage on the profits that you make by enhancing your business models or expanding your business rather than focusing on labor and other issues, because the system will have, of course, automated the process and made it efficient for you to carry out your business. So I will say you save on costs, transport, because with remote monitoring, you are able to, at the comfort of you being out of the country or out of the county or engaging in other businesses, you're able to have visibility of your data from wherever you are. So the forecourt management system will just enhance your operations. You're able to also do clear record keeping. You can reference to that. You can use that in your strategic meetings to actually do a forecast of what you expect or the level of growth that you want your business to get to. So changing the culture or the norm is, I want to do things how I'm doing it, but going another step of now accepting technology and accepting automation then gives you that advantage to be able to also grow business-wise, technology-wise, and be in step with the trends that are in the market. Thank you.
At Pesapal, what cuts across all 11 of our products is one thing, a customer-centric approach. Who is the final consumer in that industry? So in deploying our solution, in developing our solution, during the R&D phase, we consult widely, and that we've come to realize is one of the key areas or pivotal areas that can bring cultural shifts in the market. Because when the market is the one that is driving your innovation, it becomes easier. For instance, in the Pesapal forecourt management solution, we don't just solve problems for the dealer. We solve problems for the accountant, okay? We have got end-to-end, like the ETIMS integration that we've done. We've got accounting reports that we have. And we can also have an integration into the ERP and their point of sale, not point of sale, the accounting software that they're using. So we are incentivizing the accountant or the finance team by making their work easier. At the attendant level, and this is a typical problem for anybody running a stations, I'm just going to give these two examples. Attendants, probably if I'm an attendant and I go for a washroom break or I go to pick a call and it's in the old system where you are assigned a pump, my colleague can sell at my pump and pocket the money, and I'll have issues at the end of the shift. But when we went to the attendants, that is the problem we picked, okay? We consulted up to the attendant level, and we solved that issue for them with attendant tagging. A solution that has been existent, we did not innovate it, but we realized that if you consult at every sector of the value chain, you incentivize these people by making them be in control of the innovation that you're doing. So that is the biggest thing that we do. It is part of our culture, it's part of our journey. We have a customer-centric approach when it comes to development. So we are implementers, but the ideas come from the market.
Okay, I think from our side that we have been working for 40 countries customers, so they have different requirements as per their country application scenario, and we have been improving and we have been customization as per the requirement. And we do have some challenges at the beginning that for different countries at the beginning, like for example, in Belarus, they have a low temperature which is minus 40 centigrade. We have challenges in the Jordan customers. They have sand, they have sandstorm. So it makes the logs maybe get stuck because of the this harsh environment. But we have been providing the local service. We investigate, we stay in there, we solve the problem, and we improve from. We solve the problem, we improve the solutions, and we also, like for wet cargo, in Tanzania, for the government, they pay close attention for the data security. So all the data needs to be sent to the government deployed server. So we help them to deploy the system, or we have passing the data in the design format. So this experience or operation help us improving and also keep placing or leading in this field. Okay.
Thank you. I think it's impossible to have a tech conversation without talking about the emerging technologies. I'm sure you know AI, you guys breathe AI, your techies. There is Internet of Things, IoT. IoT is where you connect devices together, I believe, Rene, right? Then you have quantum computing, you have blockchain. So without going into detail about each technology, and this is an open question, it doesn't have to be related to your business. The question I would want to ask you is which of these technologies do you think is going to have the most impact in the fueling sector, and why?
So from what we've seen so far, being I'll speak from experience, being a company that operates in different regions, we have adopted artificial intelligence to help fuel retailers in reporting issues. The one problem that's going to solve is that, for example, I'll give a very easy example. So you have a petrol attendant somewhere in Kenya or in South Africa whose mother tongue is Zulu or Swahili, and you expect that petrol attendant to report an error with precision, and based on that report, the maintenance team will come and fix it. So if the report is made with error, the person coming to fix it will not have the equipment that they need to fix it. So what we've done is we've allowed the person reporting the error to speak in their mother tongue, and that would be translated to whatever language the platform uses to communicate with outside teams for them to be able to fix it. And that has made the biggest impact everywhere we've deployed it. So I think I'm only speaking with regard to AI. As far as AI is concerned, this is an amazing thing that's happening, and it's worked wonders for petrol stations, for fuel retailers in different regions, so that's the aspect of AI that has helped us help the fuel retail industry from our end.
Okay, at Possible, we are already in the IoT space. We all, I think our forecourt management solution is IoT based. We firmly believe that if devices are talking, then the information is foolproof. There are no human biases. That is number one. Number two, devices are much more dependable when it comes to information exchange, and this is the information age, so that is number one. In terms of AI, it is what we see as the future of not just the petroleum industry, but just granulating it to the petroleum industry and looking at the approach we take, the customer-centric approach. We are running models at our office around fraud detection when it comes to payment service provision, and we are leveraging on the benefits of AI. Number two, there is consumer behavior. The fuel retail space is a very tight margin space, so whoever has got features or an offering that can attract an extra customer, even if it's one, it goes a long way in ensuring their profitability. So AI and fraud detection and AI and learning consumer patterns and adopting that into the PesaPal FMS that we're deploying, that is what we are seeing as the future of AI technology in the fuel retail space.
Okay, just to touch on emerging technologies and how different governments, especially the taxation sector, have leveraged on these technologies and how we tap into the potential, for instance, in big data and data analytics. I think to make an informed decision and a forecast on a growth, you really have to have some rich data that you can be able to analyze and be able to interpret for you to be able to come up with an informed roadmap. So, of course, in our solutions, we have tried to incorporate integration services to different data analytics platforms to be able to capture this data. Of course, it's with the oil marketing companies and with the retailers, but this data now is what informs them of how they can be able to scale up their business, as I mentioned earlier. So big data is one thing that we are looking at, and the integrations with data analytics tools and platforms to be able to give you a clear graphical representation, a clear streamline of how your business is doing and where you are likely to get in a couple of years. Another thing is IoT, and of course my colleagues have really labored on that. But I would say, yes, for you to be able to bring together different touch points at the petrol stations, then you need one robust platform or one solution that will be able to interconnect either hardware or software. So yes, we've incorporated that in our innovations, and we're exploring the market to be able to see devices that are built with these technologies, devices that are able to, of course, pick signals and errors and give clear reporting so that then you're able to know which areas to troubleshoot from. And I think also incorporating chatbots as part of the emerging technologies to be able to help business owners or those in the fuel industry to quickly troubleshoot or make reference to the manuals, the errors and so on and so forth. So yes, it serves a great purpose to actually incorporate this and also look forward towards expanding the capacity of technology in the automation. Thank you.
Okay, I think if we are in the IoT field, so our solutions, we will bring the technology to make the whole automated. This is number one, to automate the whole process. Like we have developed the intelligent operation and maintenance station. So to make the whole process that the drivers, the officers, they can conduct the logs and they can scan the waybills and they can connect the logs to attach and they verify in the port, the information in the port and to monitor the whole process. And for the customers' officers, they can write the cargo information into the devices. And when it reaches another port, so the officers, they can read the cargo information, and if there is tampers happened, it will trigger alarms to have the RRT team, response team to take the physical interference. This is number one, the automation. Now the second is that we bring the new technology that we build in the cameras for vision, and we're building the voice recognition that you are seeing the device can recognize your own voice and to do the related operation. This is number two, and the number three is that we're bringing the AI glasses. That's all the operations. The officers, they can do the operation with AI glasses. So this is a new technologies we have been developing and going to adapt it to the solutions. Thanks.
Maybe I can just add one more thing. Is I spoke about air technology, the future of technology with the products that we're doing, but there is the aspect of regulation. So that is the government bodies, energy security, the regulatory bodies that were here earlier will also at some point in the future leverage on AI in big data analytics, because for instance, if you're analyzing 2 million invoices across, let's say 100,000 invoices, that is for carry, across just over 5,000 stations, you need a very robust system, you need a very intelligent system. We've got the likes of EPRA who want to be appraised of the national fuel turnover at any point to avert any shocks in the supply. All that can be solved with technology. So the future is quite exciting.
Thank you. I think one last question before we take questions from the audience. The fueling sector is changing a lot, especially if you look at the more advanced market. We have self-service. When you look at the wholesale sector, we have e-commerce. When you look at even the types of fuels, we have EVs and of course other fuels like LPG, CNG, and all these need to be the only reason they are working is really because of technology. They are underpinned by technology. So looking into the future, how are your companies planning or getting their products future ready, considering that today we are talking about petroleum, but tomorrow we'll be talking about EVs. When it comes to EVs, even you're paying for electricity. It's probably not the way you'd think about the ETIMS connection at this point in time. When you're thinking about self-service, the payment, you probably cannot be able to pay cash. It's a different payment method. When you're talking about maintenance, I know we have devices are talking to each other a lot, but that is also changing because in a more interconnected world, then the way your system works needs to recognize that and be adaptable to be able to pick up those signals in case an equipment is broken down, and as well delivering fuel, transporting fuel. The world is changing because I want to have maybe 2 attendants in a very busy station. I don't, currently what happens is that I need, 3 people to offload a truck. One person to go up, the other person is, taking the dips, and it's very manual and labor intensive. So how are your companies adapting and ensuring that they are future ready for the change that is happening in terms of the fueling sector?
Okay, if I may go first, we are looking at a solution that works as a microservice, and it's open to integration. So what is actually of importance is like different segments or different sections in the operation of a forecourt, or also from the system level, are you able to integrate to these self-service terminals, which of course I will say, yeah, to some level, having looked at the market and the demands in the market, and even from the Eastern European, now having adopted quite a lot of stations, you see them on a self-service board where somebody just drives in, is able to fuel for themselves, of course swipe their card, move forward. So, and even in the EV technology. So I think one thing that we take into consideration, or what this tech innovation and growing companies need to focus on, or what the industry focuses on, is are they able to scale up their solutions in a way that then it allows for integrations to these hardware and different softwares. So yeah, just to answer that question is yes, is a possibility, there is a potential, and there is a desired outcome that can be realized if at all from the design.
From our side, I think the position that OMES is in at the moment would be very beneficial for Kenya and Africa in general. What do I mean by that? In terms of EV, we already have more than 100 stations or so, EV. And in terms of unmanned stations, one of our clients has 90% unmanned stations, which means that we already have the experience of connecting to the devices, picking up the errors and sending them wherever they need to be sent to, which means that when that arrives or when that becomes mainstream in Kenya, we would have had a proven, tested and proven solution that we can just be able to roll out into the market here. So yeah, so we are already doing it. Yeah, thank you.
Technology is an ecosystem, okay? There are different players. There is the people with the product, let's say, PesaPal. There is the regulator. There is the consumer. There is the socio-political space. There is the socio-economic space. So all these factors have to work hand in hand to ensure any disruptive technological future that is probably happening elsewhere or we are foreseeing happening. So case in point, at our offices we have a self-service pump. Tested, it's working well, but once you do the product, it's exciting, the techies are happy, you do videos that look very nice, you realize there is the labor movement that has got their objectives as protecting employment. Then you realize there are also customers who probably the purchasing power is not what you had envisioned to charge the market. So the future is bright, the future is possible, but this whole ecosystem works best if it's driven by the customer. When it's the final consumer driving innovation, then even the regulator will listen. Even like the developers or the people doing the innovation will have to come up with systems that suit what can be monetized, as opposed to doing a very exciting project and no one is using it, no one is buying it. So that is our approach on technology. Make it market-centric, let the motorist and the retailer decide what would work for them, then innovate around that.
Yes, technology do changes our daily life. That we can say with IoT technology that we can monitor the whole cargo transportation in real time. So we no more needed escorts personnel for the cargo transportation. That we still have all the control for the transportation. And in terms from our side, that we will try to use the technology to make the whole process automated and to do the standardization for the whole process. And we also enrich the technology with AI to make the whole process smoothly. Thanks.
Thank you. I think we can take some questions now. Maybe a bit of hand clap for our panelists for the exciting discussion we've had. Yeah, we can take 3 questions.
Was I the first hand up, or there's another hand? Okay. This question goes to just it's a general question on automation, and especially the way you've discussed about the unmanned sites and all that. Petroleum is regulated, and when we sat down to discuss the margins, we looked at the cost for staff. It's part of the margin buildup because Kenya is still struggling with creating jobs. My first job was as a pump attendant. So I know it's a job that can be deleted very quickly by automation. How do we make sure that the technology we are pushing also is expanding the jobs available instead of deleting the opportunities that are there for many? And I'll tell you, there are many people who find petrol attendant job as a meaningful job. Just to give you a statistic, the number of Kenyans earning 800,000 and above, and I'm sure some are in this room, are 19,800. The number of Kenyans earning 18,000 and below are 2.8 million. Just imagine. And the jobs of a pump attendant, they lie with that bracket. So how do we use tech to enable and increase that income instead of deleting those opportunities? Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Benson Mwangi. I work for a company called Nomad Petrochem, a company registered in Kenya for oil and gas marketing, and we're also in Uganda, Sudan, and Congo. I want to appreciate the organizers, and for particularly this section, because in the past, automation was driven by the marketers in a desire to reduce cost and create more opportunities. However, we have seen the government through their regulators like KRA, EPRA coming into this space, and now it's becoming a regulatory item now. And that's why I want to base my question, because I want the tech companies to help us as we onboard the regulators. They should come with some understanding so that they don't get the wrong data, and then the wrong data is used to make decisions. And particularly I want to challenge the tech companies to help us in 3 areas. How we do business at the retail level, we have discounts. I want to see, I'm sure you have ideas on how this discount can be maintained under the new environment where we are getting into. I'm aware that beginning 1st of July, we need to invoice all our customers. There will be different levels of discounts. The second one is autogas also part of what will be affected by this new requirement? for we are having a new site that are only dispensing LPG. And the last one, is that through technology, we want to enhance all that to reduce cost. And this is particular to the gentleman who is involved in tracking products. Can this new technology be employed to help KRA understand that we have better technology to track product to the neighboring countries, and therefore we don't need the cost of bonds and such securities to guarantee KRA, and then you can employ technology to help us in that area? Thank you very much.
I think those are quite a number of questions, so I'll try and attempt the first one, and then maybe you can also help. So I know, Njogu, you asked about the job loss that comes from automation, but I would give you an example of a country like China, for example. China was the factory of the world. You know, they are called sweatshops, where you have very many people doing very low caliber work. But China has really upgraded over the years. You know, the sweatshops now are in Vietnam, the Philippines, etc. And now China has, I remember a conversation by Cook, the Apple CEO, Tim Cook, saying that if you want AI engineers that can fill a football field, you can only get that in China. So I think we need to give our people better jobs, better quality jobs, not just those entry-level jobs. And the way technology does that is by us as Kenyans, because we are now developing technology for East Africa and beyond, employing more people who are learned to be able to provide those services or those products to the other parts of Africa. If you go to, let's say, South Sudan, DRC, most of the countries surrounding us, the conversation you are having here cannot be had. But I guess I'll open it up also to my panelists in case you also want to add anything there.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for the question. That's a very good question, because we've already seen that happen. So what we've seen so far is technology did not replace the workforce, but redeployed them. And what happened is it sort of, I want to say, forced the workforce at fuel stations to acquire new skills and be more competitive in the new reality. All right. So instead of only doing that, you acquire new skills that helps you do something else within the station. So the majority of places we've worked in, they have redeployed their workforce as opposed to eliminate them, because the workforce developed new skills. Yeah, that's it from my side.
Thank you. Just to also weigh on that question, I think technology, well, we must appreciate the fact that digital transformation comes with its own consequences, either positive or negative. So just to touch on the positive side, we must appreciate the fact that 20 years back, there are some key roles or positions, like maybe in the app development space, in the cybersecurity, because even as we digitize and automate your gas stations, we need to ensure that there is security of your data. There is protection. So I'll say new jobs have been created, and as well as this technology has actually enabled those that were not digitally enabled professionals in these industries to actually acquire skills, as he has put it. Look at platforms like YouTube or generative AI, or these are the platforms that are coming up and which have now been integrated into the forecourt management systems and automation solutions. So I would say, like, some roles have been created, like IT support, maintenance. So even the person who is actually at the attendant of the pump is actually able to report that I'm having this challenge because of this and this, or this is the error I'm actually getting, so that then he can get the second level of support. So I would say we're using technology to scale up on skill, impact more skills into the fuel industry, not just a matter of replacing. But of course, when you also bring these systems, you create more jobs, as I earlier mentioned. Thank you.
I think my answer will be very short for Njogu. Like I said, our innovation is governed by the retailer, the attendant, the motorist, and everybody else away from us who's going to consume what we're innovating. So by the time we are arriving at a solution that is for the pump attendant, we'll have discussed with that pump attendant and understood their fears about what we are doing. Case in point, the unattended pump that we have at our office, we can't deploy it elsewhere, anywhere. It's just our office. So the best approach is to consult everybody within the space that you're trying to innovate in. Then you will not rub shoulders, you will not, for lack of a better phrase, waste time innovating for nothing, because we believe technology is here to serve you. You're not here to serve technology if we deploy it at your business.
I think the automation, it may, we have some experience maybe from China, because it used to be a word factory. We have the people do the simple assembling labor works, but now many factories, they adopt the machines to do this operation. But it do have some pains for the country, or maybe for some not well-educated person, but they were driving people to moving forward and to, like we can, like the drones, they used to do the delivery. So the people, they can learn how to operate the drones to do the delivery. And this is an example. And like in our field, that maybe in the transportation, before we have the escort personnel to escort the whole trip, for the high value cargoes. But for now, we use the technology, but we have the control room, we have the response team to take the technology and to make the new sense happen. Thanks.
I can answer Mr. Mwangi the second question. I realized none of us addressed him. Because we are an ETIMS integrator, at the moment, the authority KRA is still taking feedback from the industry, because also on their side, they're trying to understand what are the moving parts within the industry. So probably after this, I could take you to their stand. But don't forget, as the taxpayer, you are the most important person in the project that they're trying to roll out. So your feedback is very important. So if you allow me, we can go to their stand after this.
Well, just to also add on that, and to answer the question on the business processes, because he mentioned something to do with the discount and other costs that go into the uptake of technology and innovation. I would say industry and different stakeholders are flexible towards coming up with a robust framework to ensure that compliance does not limit you from doing business. Compliance can come as a regulatory requirement, but it is not coming to change how you are doing business. In fact, if you look at all these panelists here, the softwares that are giving you, they are actually able to do what you are currently doing, either manual, just to digitize the whole process and make it easier and seamless for you to continue doing business. So it should not raise an alarm that it is now coming to change the whole infrastructure. No, it is just coming to enable you to efficiently look at your data as a business owner, and as well as meet the compliance requirement. So there are additional value that comes with that, and of course when you have your visibility of your data yourself, and say the regulator also has the visibility, then other issues that come in play in terms of compliance, maybe you are not able to do correct record keeping, are actually off your shoulders. So I would say it's not coming to change everything, but just to make you a better business person. Thank you.
We can take one more question, or not, depending on. Is there any other question? I think that's okay then. Yeah.
Thank you very much for that discussion, and there's no question that the next frontier is tech as an enabler of business, not only petroleum, but that is where we are all headed. My question is in regard to a discussion I was having somewhere, and this discussion is basically about the population, the people who are the drivers of the last mile distribution of this petroleum industry we are talking about. Remember, everything, equipments and the tech that we employ, are all dependent on the people that are running them. And so in the course of the discussion, on a light note, I had somebody tell me, I was telling them how these people are ignorant, and they told me that ignorance is no defense to the law. And I asked them a rhetoric that what is more grievous as a mistake or as a form of ignorance? Is it people who are ignorant of the law, or agencies that are ignorant that they have ignorant people? Are we together up to that place? So my question comes here, that as the people leading in this transformation, we cannot afford to be ignorant of the fact that we have ignorant population. And so, even as we deploy and make this technology, how do we propose to bridge the digital literacy divide that will help people appreciate the good thing that you're giving them? Remember, when you have a little child, when you have a small child, they may require sometimes some medicine, but they may not appreciate taking that medicine. So it's sometimes quoted in a way that makes them appreciate it. So we all understand that most of the established business people, especially in the petroleum industry, come from an age that did not have opportunity to appreciate digital literacy. And as such, as we are transitioning the business to digital space, we are also transitioning their mind view and world view. So how do we make that they appreciate and have a maximum uptake in the most efficient and shortest time possible to enable to create that business efficiency? I hope I've not used very many.
No, I think that's a very, very good question, and I think it drives. It goes back to what he was saying, that technology needs to not only solve the problem or add the value you're looking for, but as well it needs to take care of the human factor. And I think it's called human engineering, in IT language, whereby you have to be cognizant of human behavior, especially if you're driving change. You cannot. I think Benjamin is the one who said that you cannot have a very sophisticated system that cannot be used. I think Rene has talked a lot about making sure that the customer or the user of the system it needs it a lot more, and they are willing to learn how to use it because it's giving them that much, a lot of value. So I guess I'll open it up to one person just to comment, but I guess the thing is that it is true that there is a very big gap between where our population is and where we want them to go. But if there is enough incentive for them to go there, and the system is easy enough for them to understand, think about Facebook, for example, or YouTube, which are actually, according to a recent study, a lot of YouTube users in Kenya are actually quite old. And the reason they are able to engage with YouTube is because it's simple enough for them to understand how to use it. Same thing for M-Pesa and many other technologies that are being used by many people across the age groups. So the technology, as long as it's simple enough and it's solving a real problem, that is it giving an incentive for the user to go ahead and learn how to use that particular technology, then I think it's going to be a match. But over to you, my panelists.
That's a question that has come up quite a few times, and what we have, the conclusion that everyone, the consensus on that question is it has to be gradual and not abrupt, and education needs to be a part of it. You need to educate people on the technology that they are adopting and show them the incentive. We can take a simple technology, for example, artificial intelligence. It sounds so sophisticated. Let's take ChatGPT, for example. It's artificial intelligence, it's sophisticated, but it makes everyone's lives tiny, a little bit better. And it's the same, that applies to absolutely everything here. It's there to make your life easier, but those who are not so familiar with it may be resistant until they are educated. So I think that's where, at least for us, that's where the key factor is, gradual and education. Yeah, thank you.
Rene, you want to chime in, or you're good? Okay. Is your question answered? Yeah, I think we've reached the end of this panel discussion. I think we'll take a picture, gentlemen, and thank you for making it here and sharing your knowledge and what your companies are doing to drive the fueling sector to the future.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for this amazing, great minds here. A round of applause for JC, Blaise, Benjamin, John, and Deng. Another round of applause for them. Lovely, lovely, great minds. And it's so clear from the conversation that innovation is not just a buzzword. We just hear innovation and we are like, just a buzzword. But innovation is actually the engine that drives the fueling industry. And you guys, we are so happy that we feel that even the fueling industry is in safe hands when we look at you here. The great minds. One more time, let's have a clap for them. Great. I want to invite Barbara and my lovely ushers to come here so that we award them and also get a group photo, as well as a clap for our convener as also is joining us here one more time. I know you've been moving back and forth. Eh? Good. Let's clap for him until he comes here. Great. It's good to see that tech is quite something in this industry, right? Good. From it's ranging from digital payment systems, and now we're talking about innovations that need us to use technology in greater ways. This is nice. By the way, talking about technology, when you started, you told us you won't use jargons. Let's see how many people know what IoT means. What does IoT mean? Maybe you can shout it out. Ngoja usikie maajabu. Ati nini? Ati information what? Come again? Internet on things.
It looks like they know what it is.
People know what it is. Now clap for them.
For you.
Clap for them. Good.
So I think what we'll do is we'll just have the panelists step here, and then our ushers will give them, we'll distribute our lovely packs, just to say thank you for this wonderful, wonderful session. I can see people are following online. And I think some of the conversations are being looked for. It's here. Our moderator is part of the team and his is there as well. So you can just turn it around so that they can see AfriFueling Expo.
Yes.
Yeah, so I think more close contact conversations are needed. I think OMIS, KRA said they want to speak to you. The transporters also want to speak to you. So I think we'll have those close contact conversations so that we can enrich this. I think even as we take this photo after this, our guest will proceed for lunch and then he'll give us the directions for what we do after this. Tonight, we are having an amazing dinner. It's a gala dinner and it's an African wear. So there we are not going to do any panel discussion. It's meat and drinks and breaking a leg. So I'm hoping to see as many of you as can come. I think we are ready for the picture.
And when he says meet and greet, he means both meets. You know, you meet and then you meet. You get the meat, eh? Good, you're going to take that photo. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Thank you. Thank you so much. We are going to break for a well-deserved health break because we really deserve it. And it's important that we do have that health break. So ladies and gentlemen, if you're new to the premise, out here we have a food court. You can go there, maybe grab something, go If we can do that early enough, then we are able to close this event in a better style in the evening when people are not tired and they have at least enough time to rest.
Thank you.
Allow me to please ask Someone requested that they feel like the song we did yesterday, we should have completed it to the very end so that we have fun. But let's play a game. This game is just there to make sure that we are able to concentrate, okay? So it has some very, very unique words I'm going to mention, but they are followed by certain actions, all right? So it is, everybody say ma. Then say matu. Then say matu. And then say matoi. Very easy, eh? Matoi, eh? People are like matoi, eh? Are you ready? So when I say ma, you follow me, all right? Everybody, now use your both hands. Don't hold the mic because you don't have a mic, eh? My hand is only here because of holding the mic. So when I say ma, you touch your head. Ma. Matu. Matu. Matoi. Ma. Matu. Matu. Matoi. Ma. Matu. Matu is here, eh? Matoi. You see, very simple, right? Tell your neighbor, very simple. Tell them who can fail in this one. Now, I want us to do elimination method. We see how many people are going to fail, and we see who is going to stand, eh? Are you ready? So everybody, ma. And I'm here to confuse you, all right? But make sure you're looking at me. Everybody, ma. Matoi. Now you need to have matoi yours. So matoi is the knees, okay? Okay, everybody, ma. Matu. Now you have to say it, so it's more fun. So you just can't say and be silent. Okay, ma. Matu. Matoi. Ma. Matu. Matoi. Ma. Who is that? Who is that who's not holding their head? Who is that? Now you have to be you have to be my spy. Make sure if you see your neighbor, you know here snitches don't get stitches, eh? Okay. So if you see your neighbor doing the wrong thing, tell them, you've lost this one. Everybody, ma. Matu. Matoi. Ma. Matoi. Who is that? Who's that? Ma. Matu. Matoi. Ma. Matu. Ma. Matoi. Who? Sit down. Now I have to be the spy. Sit down. Thank you so much. Clap for him. No, not everybody. The only ones who failed, eh? Sit down. Just sit down. You failed that one. I want to see who wins, eh? Everybody, ma. Matu. Who is holding their shoulders? Sit down. Thank you so much. You've done amazing. Everybody, ma. Matu. Somebody's doing That's taekwondo now, eh? Ma. Matu. Who is that? Sit down. Please sit down. Thank you so much. Ma. Matu. Matui. Hey, these are A students have been left with here, eh? Okay, ma. Sit down. Confusion, eh? It's like, where do I go? Everybody, ma. Matu. Matui. Ma. Matu. Matui. Ma. Matui. Ma. Matu. Who? Thank you so much. You've done amazing. Let's have a clap for her as she sits down. All right, ma. Matu. Matui. Sit down. Okay, ma. Matu. Matoi. You are A students. Everybody stand up. We do the chicken dance and then we get into this. Are you ready? You ready? Okay, everybody stand up. Even the ones who failed. Stand up. This is just to make sure that your foot sinks in, eh? And people are coming in. Go. So we started with here. All right? Okay, we begin here. Then, are you ready? Yeah? Begin from top. All right, let's go. 5, 4, 3, 2. side. All right. All right. One more time. Go round, go round, go round, go round. Very simple, eh? Let's do it. Let's go. Clap for yourself. That was amazing. That was amazing. Ladies and gentlemen, I want us to start this last session. And this last session is a high-level panel session. And ladies and gentlemen, we all know him. This is not the first time he's been here. We know him as a guy who follows the rules of dress code. But we also know him as the MD of Petropal. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together as we welcome Mr. Jesse Munir. A clap for him until he gets here. Great. And in this panel, we are privileged. You know, yesterday, one of the questions everybody was asking, we want to see ladies. We want to see ladies. But you know, one of the things we said, we are going to save the best for the last. All right? So even today, we are saving the best for the last. Ladies and gentlemen, we have two amazing ladies I'm about to introduce here. One of them is a supply and trading sustainability analysis at NOC. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome the one and only Susan Washuka. I mean, clap until she's here. You can encourage her. I mean, clap the way you'd want to be clapped for, Great. Looking amazing, Susan. Welcome, welcome. We've been waiting for you. We have been waiting for you. And last but not least, we have the Senior Manager, Innovation and Sustainability at, not that one. The Director of Public Affairs. Ladies and gentlemen, all the way from Coco Networks, help me invite Sophie Odoo. Come on, a better clap as she comes. Thank you. Great conversations are about to happen here. One of the things that we are looking at is sustainability in fueling. Why we should care about climate change. Ladies and gentlemen, give me one more time a clap for this amazing team here. Thank you. Welcome.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. You're most welcome to listen into a high-level panel. I'm glad to have Sophie and Susan joining me today to discuss this very weighty and controversial topic in fueling. And maybe to start you off or to set the stage, Sophie, I think this is a question that is asked a lot in the fueling circles. Today we'll do a lot of myth busting. So is climate change real?
Thank you for that question. It depends on who you're asking and who's responding. I think there are people who give there are pros and cons. Yeah. I'm from a company that is very active in this space, so from where we stand, it is real. Yeah. And I don't think any of us can deny that we have seen climate changing. The weather has changed over time, both in Nairobi, in Kiambu, even where you come from. We actually realize the rainy seasons are different, the sunny periods are different. And what can we attribute that to? When science puts evidence in front of us that the cause of this is due to climate change, is due to greenhouse gas emissions, and they're actually able to tie the two, it's very hard for you to dispute it. The problem is a lot of us in the industries, in the areas where we make our money, they rely on methods that result in greenhouse gas emissions. So it's very challenging when you're being pressured that you need to adapt, you need to change from the way you're currently producing so that you can reduce the impact of climate change. And yet to do that requires you to make a larger investment than you have available to you. So when you're pushed to the wall, you start challenging what is pushing you to the wall. So that is why sometimes you find people negating and saying climate change is not real and push for status quo to remain.
Thank you. Susan, why should we care?
So thank you, Jesse, for that. And just to pick up from where Sophie ended, asking, is it real? One, we should care because we are all impacted, whether we are in a sector that is seen to be a higher polluter than the other. The fact that as consumers, we are the ones, in a sense, contributing through our consumption, I guess we should all care. And in particular for the fueling industry, while we do contribute to other sustainable development goals positively, the question of sustainability is making sure that we reduce, if not eliminate, the negative impacts of climate change. So I believe we should care because every individual, whether it is ourselves, our children, the future generations, they are going to be affected. Where I come from, when I was very young, we used to eat one potato. It was enough to feed one person. Today, you need at least 4 or 5 to feed, one person. So it's real, and we are all impacted, whether we are directly more involved in polluting or not. Jesse?
Thank you. I think, Sophie, I want to hear your sentiments as well. Why should we care? I mean, climate change is real, yes, but I mean, when you think about Africa, especially Kenya, where we are currently, people are struggling to just get by. Like what she said, even putting food on the table is hard enough. So when you talk to me about climate change and it's something probably out there, why should the normal person care about climate change?
I think the first thing I'll say is when any greenhouse gas is emitted into the atmosphere, it does not stay where it has been emitted. It moves. Therefore, whether it is emitted in the West or here, the impact will be felt by all of us. Yeah? Thus, as much as we say the developed world is where industrialization has happened, and we've not industrialized and we've not been given the opportunity to industrialize, the fact that the West is continuing to industrialize means we'll continue to be impacted. So we have to worry about what is happening on that side. The other side of the coin is that there's pressure for the developing countries not to industrialize. And I think we felt this. You discover oil, Uganda discovered oil, I think they were told don't exploit it. We are being pressured not to take advantage of the natural resources, and yet the developed world got to the point where they are at because they industrialized and they were actually able to exploit those natural resources. So there's that battle. Yeah, there's that battle of how do we manage the impact of climate change. And the easiest ones, unfortunately, to be pressured is the developing world. When we are told you cannot exploit the natural resources, the pressure is being brought to bear on us by the people who we owe money to. So they're actually able to tell us, you're not allowed to do this. If you do this, this is the impact that you will feel. Now we need, I hear you when we're talking about people who are finding it hard to make ends meet. Yes, we keep talking about the opportunities that are coming around from new technologies, from new industries that are brought about due to the effects of climate change. They're expensive, to be honest. If you look at companies such as ourselves and a lot of other companies that are in this space, yes, they are starting. We just need people to understand what these opportunities are and to find the funding. In some instances, funding is available to be able to set up this so that we stop relying on the traditional ways of actually making money. I'm often surprised when I see instances where people say you can actually plant and grow food without soil. Yeah, I don't know if you've seen, I don't remember what it's called, but we use only water. Is it hydro something? Yes, hydroponics. Yeah. Yet that is a concept that seems very foreign to us because we are very attached to the earth. Yeah? And yet, if you think about it, if we are struggling to feed ourselves, how about we look at these new ways, these new technologies of still getting food on the table? New ways. I know people are earning money through digital means. Again, that is something that has gradually picked up. We just need, from my perspective, I think government needs to be on the same page with private sector so that what private sector is saying and doing is the same thing that government is pushing and also communicating out there.
Thank you, thank you. I think most of the push to climate change, especially I would talk about the fueling sector, is really coming from compliance, where you have companies that are either European owned or majority owned, where they are told that you have to comply to this type of metrics. And maybe I'm talking to Susan, who is a GRI expert. Maybe you can tell us what is the role of reporting with regards to helping the industry become greener. And maybe you can first of all talk about GRI, and so that people can be able to understand what it is, and you know, and maybe then you can go into your question.
All right. So, and I guess I should start with the concept of sustainability and bring it down to climate change. So sustainability, ideally, if I were to use the traditional stools that we had, three-legged, is ensuring that as you pursue profit, you're also taking care of the environment and also taking care of the people. And that balance is critical. But we have, as Jesse has said, various voices coming from different perspectives. There's someone who cares more for the environment. There are others who care more for profit, rightfully so, and others are socially driven. And so that conversation, I would say, sustainability conversations began way before. But on probably, I would say, the early 90s in Norway, there was a question of how much more can we continue exploiting resources without taking care of the environment, and the discussions about sustainability began. So GRI, which is Global Reporting Initiative, is an attempt or an initiative to help companies disclose their impacts to, yes, economy, but also the environment and people. And the standards first developed, I think, in 1999, and over time, as SDGs have come on board, they have refined, improved the standards, and so that's where reporting comes into play. And reporting is important because anytime you start to measure something, you're able to see where the gaps are and make a decision about what do you need to do to become better. And the beauty of GRI standards, maybe if contrasted with other standards, is that they are robust. They don't just concentrate on the investor view. They also look at what does the consumer, for example, what would they be interested in? It's very big on stakeholder engagement and ensuring that every person has a say when it comes to the disclosures. So they have three main disclosures: covering environment, covering economy, and even more covering the social aspect. And so for the fueling industry, adopting that helps us have that balance. And even as Sophie picked up, that we have to consider, yes, taking care of the climate, but also ensuring we are economically empowered. Someone who doesn't have a decent job in their view may not hold the same passion for the environment, and when you say you need to move from one technology to another, and rightfully so. So the beauty of standards and the various ones, whether it's IFRS, it's to bring a balance, that it's not just about profits, yes, but neither is it just about the environment. Yeah.
Thank you. Yesterday we had a long conversation on the transition from dirty petroleum fuels to, of course, EVs. And I know that cocoa has disrupted the market with the bioethanol, and to a large extent has been successful. So what lessons can we learn? Or maybe you can tell us about the journey, because I know there is a lot of, coming from, especially the people you target. Many of them feel like if you cook food with charcoal or with firewood, it tastes better. So what has been your journey? What myths have you had to bust, and what lessons can we learn as an industry from cocoa on how to scale clean energy and also clean cooking?
Thank you, Jesse, for that question. I think the first myth I'll bust is the one that you've just said. The people who honestly say that food tastes better when it's cooked on charcoal are the people who can afford to transition from charcoal. Yeah? Honestly. When you think about someone who's using charcoal or who's cooking with firewood, more often than not, they don't have a choice. Yeah? If you go to the areas that we serve right now, low-income households, they're small rooms, they don't necessarily have ventilation, and this person has to light the jiko inside the house because there's not necessarily space outside to light it. Now tell me you're lighting a charcoal jiko in your house, the smoke is in the house, wouldn't you want a cleaner fuel? If you could afford it, you would take it. And that is the point from which we started. A lot of these people buy daily. They actually buy the charcoal daily, or they buy the kerosene daily, or they go and collect the firewood daily. They really have no choice. Then they come and light it, and what happens? The smoke, they inhale it, their soot covers their house. Suddenly, here comes this brand called cocoa. And what are they giving you? They're giving you a 2-burner cooker at $19.50. Yeah? So already, we've subsidized the price of the cook stove, because one of the challenges is the cost of the hardware. So we said, let us subsidize it. What fuel do we give you? We give you bioethanol. Yeah, bioethanol, it's not new, it's just that it is not a mass market. It's not very well known. We use bioethanol, it's renewable, you get it as a byproduct of molasses, so it's something that helps our farmers. Then we subsidize it. Right now we are retailing it at about 88 shillings a litre. 88 shillings a litre, it's cheaper than kerosene, it is way cheaper than charcoal. Tell me why someone would not transition from charcoal. Despite how you may think the food will taste, what a mother wants at the end of the day is to feed her children. She doesn't care that the food tastes a certain way. She needs to make sure that the food is cooked and that children can eat. That was the thought process of us enabling that transition, is what drove our founders. We came into Kenya in 2014, spent 5 years doing R&D. 3 things we knew. One, that we would use carbon markets. I know everybody keeps hearing about carbon markets, but carbon markets done right, they work. And that is, carbon market is what enables us to continuously subsidize both the cook stove and the bioethanol. Second is technology. You cannot do things the old way and expect a change. So we realized you can't bottle. Everybody is bottling and distributing the bioethanol in a bottle. With a bottle, you have to pay for the cost of putting up that factory and the cost of the bottle. We did away with the bottle. So we introduced an ATM, similar to the ATMs you've seen, dispensing oil, dispensing milk, dispensing money. We've developed one that dispenses bioethanol, and we install them in shops close to where our customers live. Then we give them a reusable canister. So that canister is what they then use to refuel every day. And they're able to refuel enough to cook for a day, enough to cook whatever amount. The same way they used to buy charcoal is the same way they're buying bioethanol. We spent those 5 years immersed in our consumer household. So we actually adapted ourselves to how they cook, to how they buy. Those are lessons that others can take. Sometimes you come with something that is so disruptive, it fails because it jolts people so much, you force people to have to move far from what they're used to be able to achieve the same objective. Even for us, we have to make sure that the bioethanol is very close to where the people live, because when they want charcoal, it's literally outside the door. When they want kerosene, it's literally outside the door. So even for us, we had to make sure it's close enough. No one, as much as they want our clean cooking fuel, will walk a kilometer to look for our fuel. We had to make sure that we adapt. That's a lesson that can be picked up by this industry. We have partnered with Vivo, who market through the Shell branded petrol station, so they're helping us along the value chain. They are looking at our solution and they're asking themselves, what lessons can we take from cocoa that can be applied downstream, yeah, in terms of how the fuel is dispensed to motorists, etc. So there are lessons that can be learned around the 5-year journey, and the fact that sooner or later, the transition has to happen. Bioethanol is used extensively in the US and in Brazil, where it's produced in large quantities, where they blend with petrol and diesel. I know the president pronounced himself a while back that the government is meant to develop the regulations around that within 90 days. So it's a viable option. We will not necessarily move straight from using petrol and diesel to EV. I don't think you can make such a huge jump. There has to be a transition. And for us, that is a transition. So that is an area where we in the clean cooking sector can partner with players within the fuel industry and start thinking about blending. Because when we think about fuel blending, then we are talking about larger volumes of bioethanol. And larger volumes for bioethanol will benefit us because now we will encourage local production of bioethanol, and local production will mean that the prices are lower, which will enable us even further reduce our price and increase our penetration. Thank you.
Wow, that was a lot to unpack. But I think there is no way you can have a sustainability conversation or climate change conversation without talking about carbon. And you've actually mentioned carbon. So I know there are very many people who probably don't understand how the carbon markets work, how carbon credits are generated. I don't know whether you want to say anything about carbon credits.
So speaking now from the clean cooking sector, not so much the nature-based, you generate a carbon credit when a household transitions from using charcoal to using clean fuel and then consistently using. The carbon credit is not generated beforehand. Yeah? The transition has to actually happen. And then once our customer has actually bought our cook stove and then they start buying the fuel, what happens is an auditor is sent into the country where they sample a number of households, visit them, and confirm that they actually see the cook stove, and they confirm that you're actually using the fuel. Once that is verified, those then become carbon credits that you can actually sell. So it's not actually something tangible. You can't actually see it, but there is a record. It's an asset that is available virtually. Once you have it. So let's say, for us, let's say we generate about 5 carbon credits per household per year. And then we've reached about 1.3 million households. So every year you can see the numbers that we are generating. Once you have them, you now need to sell them because you need to monetize them. Yeah? Before we monetize, someone has to enable the household to transition. Yeah? For them to transition, our solution has to be affordable. The only way that solution will be affordable is if someone fronts us the carbon finance to be able to subsidize the cook stove and the fuel. So someone has to give us money beforehand, yeah, so that they actually transition and continue using, so that once we actually have the verified carbon credits, we then monetize them. The first person we are paying back is the person who lent us money. Yeah? I hope that makes sense. Now, when you're talking about selling, this is where developing countries have the edge, because we are able to have sectors that can actually generate carbon credits for these entities that we're talking about that are too heavily industrialized and they're not able to reduce their greenhouse gas emissions below a certain level. And if a threshold has been set, yeah, and they're not able to meet it, that is why they're then required. Laws are put in place they're required to comply with those laws, that if you're not able to reduce the gap that you have to fulfill it by buying carbon credits from someone else. So those are the companies that we look for, either companies or sometimes it's country-to-country trades. So we look at such companies, like right now the hot one is airlines. We know airlines emit a lot of greenhouse gases. So airlines are required, right now they're actually required to buy carbon credits. So they will then come approach COCO. We will have a discussion and then we agree. Based on our cost of production of our carbon credits and the impact that we're having in the market, what price are they willing to pay? Once they pay, then as I said, we pay the person who financed us before, and then we are then able to pay, there are certain fees that we are meant to pay to the government. There's a $4 fee if you want government to allow you to export those carbon credits. So after you've paid for the person who funded you, you're then able to generate revenue. And this revenue then flows down and enables KRA to be able to collect from us. Thank you.
Wow, thank you. Thank you for that masterclass on carbon. Yeah, so I know, Susan, you're an expert in supply. And I know, maybe I would want you to give a state of where we are in terms of supply with regards to sustainability, and maybe your views or your opinion on how we can be able to create a more sustainable procurement and distribution of petroleum products in this country.
Thank you, Jesse. So when I look at where we are as an industry, the supply chain, and especially upstream meaning, okay, let me call it midstream for the people in the room who may confuse what I mean by upstream, is interlinked from marketer to marketer. And what we are seeing when we look at what can government do, what can we do as a sector to be more sustainable, the two main areas that we can make an impact are on mobility and clean cooking, as Sophie said. So there are solutions that are over and above what she's talked about, biofuels, and it's an area any marketer you ask today is either in it or thinking about it within the next 1 year. As a diversification, maybe Coco are specializing in that, but you'll find a lot of the marketers, a lot of those who are in traditional fossil fuels, diversifying to include part of their portfolio, the other alternative fuels. And so when it comes to clean cooking, I believe that's where we are seeing, as PS Liban talked about yesterday, putting up infrastructure to ensure that we can source cheaper product. That's important. As Sophie also said, the cost of products is what determines whether the end user is willing to make that switch. And what government and the industry is looking at is operationalizing the LPG open tender system so that we can all get LPG at a cheaper rate. That should translate to the costs per your mtungi in the house, your bottled gas. And so both at sourcing and ensuring there is infrastructure. For the private players, there has been the push to let's increase our capacity to receive a vessel now that we will be sourcing at a go, maybe a vessel a month. You also don't want to increase prices by staying out because we don't have infrastructure. So again, there was the talk of there is a private facility in Kilifi, 10 KT to be able to receive. These private facilities are now becoming common user facility. It is better use of capital to ensure that we're using the capacity we have optimally. And beyond clean cooking, the area of mobility, making sure, because energy and transport are joined at the hip, you can't address mobility without addressing the source of energy. And so for many marketers, there is the inclusion of charging, EV charging at stations, just to ensure, and this has been said even by speakers ahead of us, But those are the two main ways in which the industry is taking care of climate change in terms of operations. So ensuring the offering, but as well as our own operations, moving to cleaner energy, whether it is solar panels at stations, at depots, at our installations, the offices. Every reduction matters. And the responsibility for a cleaner country falls, yes, to the individual, to organizations, and to government. And whatever one can do to make sure we are either reversing the effects by reducing how much we were using when it comes to unsustainable energy, it all adds up.
Thank you, thank you. Sophie, you talked about partnerships. You said you have a partnership with Vivo. And I mean, given your success, are you looking to partner with more oil marketing companies? Are you looking to source more bioethanol from Kenya instead of importing? Are you looking to be involved in helping transition Kenya to start blending bioethanol with diesel and petrol, because you are an expert already in that particular field? How is Cocoa looking to spread the pie, or is it the goodies?
Very interesting question, Jesse. And Jogu has asked me that question before. So when you actually think about when we started off, when we came here in 2014, when we have 4 co-founders, they set up Cocoa in a house, just like a lot of typical startups. When they were pitching their idea, when it was still an idea, and you'd go and demonstrate some cobbled up something that reflects your vision. It was quite a hard sell, honestly. It took a while before we got to the point where we had supporters and we had people who are willing to walk the journey with us. So, to be honest, by the time we actually signed the partnership with Vivo, we had reached out to other entities. Unfortunately, not too many people were able to see the vision. The way the way Cocoa portrayed it and said, we will be able to come and solve for dirty cooking. When we pitched ATM, people were like, what have you been smoking? What have you been drinking? What is this? This will not work. There are a lot of naysayers. So to be honest, by the time Vivo came to the table, we then negotiated an exclusive agreement. Because you need to honor the fact that this person worked with you when no one else was willing to work with you. As we grew, and I keep saying this, even in the early stages when we would work and we are seeking to talk to government, we struggled. We struggled to get onto the table, because as long as you're not big enough, sometimes it's very difficult to go and actually have a conversation face to face with government. It took us really growing and getting to the point where we took off, and this was just during COVID, where we took off and we eventually grew to the point where we were adding 10,000 households a week. And it was actually growing that fast. Demand was faster ahead of supply. Then we started hitting our milestones, 250,000 households, 500,000 households. Government now came knocking. That's when, as I said, KRA now suddenly looks up and asks, who's this? So yes, government then started paying attention. So now we work very closely with government, with the Ministry of Energy. When we're having the conversation around blending, we are called to the table, because you can't talk about bioethanol without us, who are the largest off-taker. So that's one side. Those are two, on the Vivo side and on the government side. The last one is around now production of bioethanol. In the early stages, the company that was producing large quantities of bioethanol was Mumias. So we reached out to Mumias, we pitched to them. This is where we are looking towards, how about we partner, you increase your capacity so that as we grow, you're also growing with us. As you'd expect, they didn't really see that pathway to increased volumes. And unfortunately, in such a situation, you have no choice. You have to look for ethanol elsewhere. So we actually had to import. As happens in a lot of sectors, you actually have to look for alternatives before the local industry grows. So we started importing, and the more we imported, the more local producers now came to us and said, okay, now we see what you are talking about. How about you invite us to the table? The thing with us is we are keen to support domestic, because it makes sense for us to buy local ethanol. As much as international bioethanol in the commodity market is cheaper, we want to buy local. We want to support our own farmers. We want to support the millers to be able to actually produce more. So we've actually signed an offtake agreement with one sugar miller, and that way we've guaranteed that we'll offtake their bioethanol, and using that, they went and got funding to increase the output of their distillery. We have 3 more that have come to us, expressed their same interest, all using sugar. We have a 4th one who's setting up a cassava plant in the coast where she will be producing bioethanol from cassava. And she's achieved that behind, from an offtake agreement, or at least a letter of support that we shared with her. So for us, as much as we call ourselves a Kenyan company, as much as our founders are not Kenyan, we were formed in Kenya. We're taking our solution and we are taking it international. We want to make sure that Kenya shines. It's very much like the M-Pesa story. When people think about M-Pesa, you think about Kenya. You don't think about where it's gone. The same thing for us with cocoa. It's not only a solution that makes sense for Kenya. It actually makes sense for any country where they are struggling with charcoal and firewood as the leading cause of deforestation.
Thank you. As a follow-up question, and I think this is open to both of you, and you bring a very interesting perspective to this, and I'll tie it to something which in the sustainability circles is called green colonialism, where where you have, where all the benefits are taken away, and you remain where you are, or even a worse situation. So how do we create or design systems, or is it organizations, or where the benefit remains, the benefit is fair and remains local to a large extent? Because when you think about carbon, ultimately still benefits, the more developed countries. Yes, we do get the money, but when you imagine that the financing is coming from outside, the verifiers are coming from outside, the buyers who are greenwashing are also coming from outside. The whole thing is a bit skewed. When you think about reporting as well, and we did mention that, our companies are still very nascent. Our industries are very nascent. When you subject to them the same reporting standards as companies that are mature and have been there for hundreds of years, it's really not fair. So maybe this is open to you. I want to hear your sentiments. Open to you, Susan. Maybe you can give it a shot, and then Sophie can conclude that question.
Okay. Thank you, Jesse. That one, it is a dicey question, but all the same, we'll take it. Green colonialism, I think, is real. It is something that all of us need to be cautious about, in as much as we push for sustainability and there is a case for it. How it happens, how that journey looks like for us in the global south can result to green colonialism, and that's a real concern. And from where I sit, everybody has to be concerned. Get as much knowledge as you can at a personal level for your company that you work for or that you run, so that you're able, and I'm happy that Convener Njogu, you have put up this, for us to exchange ideas, to share ideas, and to also come together as Kenyans to see what do we need to edit from what the script that is coming from the global north. The way their transition looks like can't be the same with ours. We are looking at our population growing. We do not have the level of infrastructure that they have. And so if our journeys look the same, there's someone who's being cheated, and it would be us. So having these conversations helps us be on the table to decide what really should we be doing. And the importance of reporting and using standards. In my opinion, it doesn't disadvantage you whether you're a big or a small company by using a standard. The question is, what should the target be? But having that standard to just tell you where are you, anybody can do that. Any small, big company, for example, with GRI, you can use it. the targets you set for yourselves are what differentiates, and you know, you will look at your performance based on the targets that you set. And so one of the ways to cushion ourselves from that, even when it comes to carbon credit, the market, is to ask ourselves what would be the opportunity costs of that level of compliance, not just in the short term, but also in the long term, noting that for us, our population in 10 years, in 20 years will look very different, and ensuring that we can continue to have discussions even with government, and especially with government, our regulators, policymakers, make that noise enough to ensure that we are all part of the table. And reporting, one of the good things that you get to see is you are expected to disclose, you have made this much money. How have you spent the money? It's not just how much profit have you made, but where have you spent the money? Is it the local communities, indigenous people? Have you expatriated all the money abroad? Your suppliers, what's their percentage, local versus imported? So these standards, in my opinion, used rightfully, give us a chance, and a fair chance, to make sure we subject all companies, both local and global, to a level of transparency, even if they are operating here. And the more we are educated on, even whether it's the carbon markets, where you have more professionals in the sector, and Jesse, for you, I'm sure you're an expert when it comes to carbon markets, you are getting a lower rate for not, you know, for what we are doing in Africa. They get a higher rate for removal. Is that correct? Should we be fighting for even much more because of the opportunity losses, resources? And having that balance will help us know, are we willing to comply 100%? Will we say no? It is also our right to exploit our resources. They will add to carbon, but we will use other technologies to remove that carbon from the climate or from the space. Those are decisions you can make only if you're informed and if you are using all the tools available, whether it is reporting, whether it is ratings, to help us make that decision at government level, at industry level for organizations, and even as advocates of sustainability. Yeah.
I'll just pick up 3 points. I'll just speak about 3 points. One is government has understood exactly that problem, and that is why the Climate Change Act was amended in September 2023, and then they put in place carbon market regulations which regulate what we as project developers are allowed to do. And honestly, if you go through them, they are very, very protective of the community, of the citizens. There is push for us to see value. So it's very difficult for projects that are seeking to exploit resources without benefiting the local communities. They'll find it very hard to operate. That is one. Two is, as much as, yes, the auditors, the verifiers, all the verification bodies, most of them are based out of the country. It's just because we are late in catching up to carbon markets. Honestly, carbon markets have been around for over 25 years. So, and you think about it, a lot of that business was happening in the north. It was not, we were not involved necessarily here in the south. So we are playing catch up. The one thing I can say is there is an express focus to develop local auditors, to develop locals. Yeah, so that because when you think about having to bring an auditor to audit your project, you have to pay for them to fly in. So there are entities that are being very intentional about developing local talent. Third one, I'll say, and we've had this a lot of times, the internet is your friend. There is no shortage of courses that can walk you through what carbon markets are, what it takes for you to get a certification to become an auditor, to become a verifier. It's not something that you have to wait until the course is offered in a university. Because right now, I think there are only 2 universities. University of Nairobi that is offering a degree on environment, I think, and climate change, and Strathmore University. And a lot of them will require, they do require some heavy resources. Make use of the internet, get yourself to a certain extent there, then as you reach out to the entities that are seeking to increase the capacity, they can take you the last mile to become qualified. Thank you.
Thank you. I think you've actually alluded to my last question, which basically is to, I know you have a lot of students here and young professionals who want to get involved in I think right now it's a $1 trillion business, or is it economic opportunity that is carbon credit, and many people want to get involved, but unfortunately, by the time they joined school or they left school, those courses were not available. I think what I have seen as a quote-unquote carbon professional is how much, every day, every week, every month, the carbon information, I would say the information available, the kind of regulations that are being put out across the world is changing. So the question is, what would you advise a professional who hasn't been to the University of Nairobi or Strathmore to do the climate change degree? And I think even by the time they are done with that degree, it's going to be obsolete, unfortunately. What would you advise the young professionals and students to do to be able to join the table, or at least participate in this big opportunity that is unfolding, right in front of our eyes, and many of the people are just watching because they don't know how to be able to participate. Yes. Yeah.
I'll go first. What I'll say is, recently, I think over the past 4 or 5 weeks, Vast Carbon have been running a weekly 1.5 to 2 hour course, walking people through carbon markets. And it's available on YouTube. You can actually access it, and they teach you like someone who's starting from zero.
Let me just confirm. VERST is VERST. Yes. Yeah. So that's important.
Yes.
VERST carbon.
Yes. If you look for, you'll find they have, the recordings are available. You can reach out to them. I think they started advertising on LinkedIn. You can actually reach out to them. And they're not the only ones. Yeah. Gold Standard has done the same thing. Yeah, because they now understand that if you do not disseminate this information, you're talking to a very small majority. And as you're saying, this $1 trillion market, this opportunity will pass a lot of people by. To be honest, the cost of just setting up a carbon project, people keep saying, I have my 200 trees, I have my trees, or I have planted on my 1 acre farm, can I convert that into a carbon project? Unfortunately, no. And part of that is you understanding what are the requirements for you to set up a carbon project. What steps do you have to go through? You actually have to have upfront capital. You need to pay for people to actually come and certify that what you're doing actually qualifies to be a carbon project. So just that understanding, for me, is a starting point. Make the internet your friend. Secondly, I know a lot of people don't necessarily want to use LinkedIn. Yeah? You can find subject matter experts. Yeah, when you identify people who are players within that space, follow them, look at who are they following. It will lead you to down trails where people are able to showcase what is happening, people who are always announcing when forums are coming up, workshops are coming up. You have to mine the media that the people who are in this space are utilizing. And a lot of them are on media that the young people are not on. We're not necessarily speaking the same language. Gen Zs are playing in social media that us, the old people, are not necessarily playing. I'm active on LinkedIn. I'm sure a lot of the young people you're referencing will not necessarily be playing on LinkedIn. But if you want to go where the money is, you have to follow where the money is being generated. Thank you.
Wow. I don't know if she referred to us as old people, but I take it. But really, I would just echo her words. Make the internet your friend. There is a lot that is available, not just for carbon trading, but for the sustainability space as a whole. Even for I to integrate, while I work as a supply trading professional in National Oil, sustainability is my own personal journey. Just by making sure I use my evenings, going on to sites like UNCC LAN, they have so much that you get, and you get even certification. Sometimes when you have a small assignment to finish, you actually feel you've invested enough, and it helps you grow in that journey. And as she also said, putting yourself in the spaces where the discussions are happening, not everything may be found online, but investing a bit of time and a little shilling here and there to be in such spaces. Truly, I want to congratulate the students who have made time to be with us. And you never know. We were once students like you, exposing ourselves to some of these areas, so all the best. But I think the easiest thing before we say spend money going to a university in the UK or the US to learn about it is really to begin with the internet. There is so much, you can't exhaust it. Yeah, wishes.
Thank you, thank you. I think it's a time we can clap for our panelists. And then we can take any questions that are there. Yes, please. I think you can pass the mic.
So my name is Ashton. I have 2 questions that I would like to ask you. So yesterday we had a panel and we were being told that there have been national blackouts in Spain and Greece because of the over-reliance on the renewable energy. So from where you stand, where do we draw the line between sustainability and climate change, or caring for the climate change? Then my next question would be, we have learned that LPG, biofuels, and EV are extremely cheaper, or comparatively cheaper, compared to the fossil fuels, that is the hydrocarbons, and they're more effective in conserving our climate, but it seems that they are less popular in Kenya and in the continent. So what can be done to increase their popularity? Are there government policies or subsidies that can be implemented to make them more popular in the country and in the continent? Thank you.
Thank you, Ashton, for those 2 very good questions. And as you rightfully said, from the energy side, generation, reliance on solar and wind, while they are cleaner, there is what I believe it's Ken Mugambi was talking about, base load. There is a certain threshold that you need to maintain the grid at any one time, regardless of the consumption. And we would say it is better to have a diversified source of energies than really being completely reliant on just one. The renewables, it's just about the instability. When you look at wind, it changes. It's not like burning diesel or fuel oil. Or when it comes to solar, and you can understand the instability when it becomes the only source you have to support like a whole economy. So the question is, how can you ensure that you have enough thermal to use to serve people? Because the power, it's, again, remember the 3-legged stool. There is a reason you need that energy, but you make sure that how you do it does not compromise the businesses that are running. And of course, Jesse, you can add on to this after. And to your second question on what is government doing when it comes to LPG, or what the industry is doing when it comes to LPG, bio and EV, they are cheaper. So they can be cheaper, but she talked about barrier to entry being how much it costs, the upfront costs relating to getting a cylinder for someone who is transitioning, someone who is having to make a daily decision about what they buy. They buy food on a daily basis. To tell them to invest in a cylinder to cook for 2 months, it feels like that is just too big a spend. So sometimes back, before COVID, government started thinking about how to help that market of millions of households transition One, by subsidizing the cylinder. And National Oil, some of you may remember, had the Mwananchi Gas project. And the pilot happened. What we realized is that it is not just the cost of the cylinder, it is also the refill cost after, because you're refilling maybe after a month and a half, it is still a lot more than they can because of the buying patterns. And so the push to have LPG OTS is supposed to address that for a long term than having, yes, the initial cylinder, that person uses, it's finished, it's another metal in their house. So the LPG OTS, open tender system, will help the marketers who now sell bottled gas alongside even the resellers get that price landed at Mombasa at a better price than what is already happening. That is one, dealing with sourcing. The other part is what PS also talked about. The LPG growth strategy has aspects that will deal with households. You will see that subsidy being pushed, as well as making sure as many people, if you convert institutions, for example, there is a way what happens at the younger generation affects what happens at the home. So if my school is no longer using charcoal and firewood, we have transitioned to LPG, even as a culture, we'll pick up, okay, there is a lot of talk about, oh, let's move to cleaner energy as we go. So we will see all those policies and the strategies being implemented to address the cost aspect. For me, I would say when it comes to LPG, that has been a big hindrance. That is not just about the initial purchase, it also includes the after refills. You want to talk about the EVs and biofuels, I believe?
Yeah, I think you're bang on the money. I think the question is just having a good energy source matrix, just so that you are not over-reliant on one. And especially the biggest challenges we have right now for solar is battery storage. So you can imagine powering the whole country, you probably, having storage is not the brightest idea. Wind, as she said, is quite intermittent, but there are many other sources of power. There is nuclear, there is of course the dirtiest, which is coal, there is natural gas, there is hydropower, there is geothermal. So there are very many sources of power, but I think it's having a policy that creates a good energy matrix so that you never have to be exposed because one is not working. We've seen these challenges across the world. I mean, if you remember recently, we've had a lot of challenges with power I think they're still in South Africa because of their over-reliance on coal. And we've also had challenges, especially with the countries that were relying on nuclear. And after the big accident that happened in Japan, they had to retire some nuclear power stations. And then they got exposed and they did not have enough power to power their nation. So I would say it's a policy issue, but I think the discussion you're having with the tech guys is that you have to transition gradually. You can't suddenly switch off all your dirty fuel and go renewable 100%. We are not there yet as a world. Yeah, thank you. Any other question? I guess that's it then. Any question? I know you guys have been coming here every day. Yes. So yeah. Maybe pass the mic. And you have another question at the back. We can take the two of them and then we can close.
Hello, my name is Lorraine Maganga, finalist student of Gas and Petroleum Engineering at KU. And mine is a very simple question. What would you tell a younger you? Yeah. Thank you.
I think you can take that. And you can take the next question and then you can just wrap up.
Good afternoon. My name is Florence Agunda. Mine is just on Sophie. You've talked of cocoa, but the availability of cocoa is very low. You can look for cocoa for, days and days. Sometimes they tell you it's not in the depot. They will supply and all that. Maybe if you can make it a little bit available, if in case somebody wants. Because you know, sometimes if you're used to it, then now you have to now look for another alternative. So maybe that's just a plea or a request. And also, okay, I know it's like most of the time you're dealing mostly with the slum areas only. You're not, you don't bring them to these other households. Or, yeah, most of them, I know, it's like for mine, I always have to go and get it in Kibera, but I'm on this other side. So maybe you can also consider, it's not that it can only be used by the locals. Yeah, maybe it's, or is it me? Okay, me, I live this side of Kilimani, but I always have to go and get mine in Kibera. And sometimes availability becomes an issue.
Thank you. I think I'll start with yours, because it's so simple. Our solution is 100% low income. 100%. Or 99%. As Njogu said, he's also a user. I'm also a user. I'm here with Humphrey, my colleague. I'm sure he's also a user. But when you think about how carbon markets operate, we need to actually be enabling people transition, stop using charcoal and stop using firewood. That is why we have to pitch camp where people are using it. There will be a gray area where we overlap with LPG, as Susan said, but our ambition is not to go and fight with LPG where you live. If I come and set up in Kilimani, what do you think will happen? Susan will come knocking at my door. Not literally, but yeah, the way the government has structured it, LPG in the transition to universal access, in our ambition for universal access by 2030, LPG will contribute 50%, ethanol will contribute 30%. That is why we are all looking for innovative. We are looking for innovative ways to reach the rural areas, because the issue is not so much in the urban areas, it's in the rural areas. So for as long as you continue living in Kilimani, you will have to keep walking to Kibera. Okay? What would I say to a young Ami? Today I was just reading the article of this gentleman who was just appointed the Vice Chancellor of Corporate University of Kenya, and I think he's 36. And he referenced what his grandparents told him to get mentors. Yeah? I would tell a younger me to get mentors earlier. I started getting mentors when I started working, when I started getting into spaces, the way we were talking about getting into spaces where people are. I would have started getting people who I'm looking up to when I was in high school. Yeah? So that way you have people who are guiding you, who are hand-holding you, so that you're able to make better decisions. If I look back, obviously there are things I would change. I can't change. But for the one thing I keep doing and I push hard is I'm a mentor. I mentor a lot of people at work, outside of work, because nobody will get to another stage or move or progress in your career in life without other people pulling you up or extending a helping hand to you. Thank you.
What to say to my younger self? It's funny, I actually wrote what she has said here, that bear your yoke early. Invest in yourself earlier, and it's something Sophie has said. Sometimes we want to take a bit of time, enjoy life just because university is ended. So much is moving so fast. You have to look at yourself competing not with Kenya, but the world. And for you to take advantage, and especially as a lady, it is better to do things early. She's talked about mentorship. I would say find, and mentorship involves people, but it also involves information. You can self-mentor by ensuring you're getting information, investing in yourself, but as early as you can. And best wishes and congratulations.
I guess that wraps it up for this evening. Is it evening or is it afternoon? I think we'll take a picture and then we'll hand over to Mr. MC. So kindly help me do a round of applause to our panelists.
All right, and help me do another round of applause for our amazing moderator for the day. Great. I say today is great minds here, and of course we are learning so much in terms of how we are supposed to mitigate emissions, just to make sure that our environment does not suffer even in the transitions, all right? So let me ask my ushers to bring the gifts. Oh, they're already here. Okay, let's do that. Then let's do the honors. Do us the honors. It's good to have such amazing ladies who also stand as advocates to clean energy. Another round of applause for them. Mimi nikitoka hapa sijui naumwa na kichwa. I need to get some time to even digest everything I've learned today. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Great. Thank you, DJ. Another round of applause for them as they sit down. Thank you. The gentleman I'm about to call here, I was privileged to exchange pleasantries with him earlier, and I must tell you that this is one great speaker. You will love him. He's coming to do a presentation here. He is a great communicator, a data strategist, so you can imagine the amount of data that is going to be mentioned here. You may need to take out your calculators. Ladies and gentlemen, he has a background in IT, and he helps businesses grow using IT strategies. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a guru when it comes to tech. Put your hands together for Ian Gedhu, all the way from Odoo. Makofi kwake anapokuja. Come on. Oh, okay, thank you for the 5 of you who are clapping. A clap for him. Lovely.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, are we having a fantastic time? Are we enjoying it? Now, here's the thing. Now I'm wearing your shoes. Now I'm on stage. Now, thank you so much for being here up until this moment in time as we are just setting up. Now, have you seen any billboard with Odoo written on it? And nothing like a website link attached to it? And it's just curiosity, anxiety. So what is Odoo all about? Now, my name is Ian Gedhu, and I happen to be a business advisor with Odoo. That is O-D-O-O, Odoo.com. So if you have your phone out, so you can just take it out. Just if you have bundles, and if you don't have bundles, just tell me. I'll hotspot you. So you can just look for Odoo.com. That is O-D-O-O.com. So are we there? So I can see you. I can see you have a phone in your hand and you're not looking for Odoo. ODOO.com. Perfect. I can see greens. I can see smiles. That tells me that you've found the website. Yes, that's it, Mr. Njogu. That's it. All right, Baraka, are we ready? We're good. Now, have you found the website? First of all. Now, thank you. Now, allow me to begin this with a story. So imagine you have a business, you have the right product. You're selling fuel, gas, cocoa. You're selling this product that is such a breathtaking product in the market. Everyone loves it. You believe that you have the right people working for you and working with you. You have the investors. But one thing is missing. Just one thing. In all these beautiful company, one thing is missing. You don't have the right tools to help you run and manage your business. Now, Baraka, do we have the slides up? Okay. So what do you believe you will do? Let me come to you and let's have an audience engagement. Now it's good to, I don't know whether we are going to have issues here. Sir, would you please join me? Just join me here. All right, what's your good name? Martin. Okay, so Martin, which company do you run at the moment?
It's called Promise Petroleum.
Promise Petroleum. Which software are you using to help manage your business?
Right now, I am Intuit.
Intuit QuickBooks. All right, so that means accounting is what you're using to manage your business. Okay, is there anything else that you're using aside from Intuit QuickBooks?
I've just gotten an integration to another company that is, I may not want to mention right now.
Okay, that's okay, that's okay. No, we're making progress.
Management, now a management system.
Okay, so management software. So that means that you have two softwares now. Okay, I believe that your team is using Google Sheets.
Yes.
Okay, I also believe that your team is using other softwares. So your website is managed differently, using different softwares to manage, say 5, 10 softwares to manage your company.
About 4 that I know of.
All right. Now, a round of applause for Mr. Martin as he takes his seat. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Okay. Now, why did I ask these questions? Now, Baraka, you can take me on to the next slides. Perfect. Just again. So for most businesses, we have 5, 10 softwares that are helping us run different operations. So using QuickBooks, again, to do accounting, you're running your website using another platform, using Google Sheets to manage something else, employee records, payrolls, using 10 softwares to run your company. So that means Department A, which is, say, procurement, doesn't know what happens in sales. So each and every time, reports have to be sent back and forth, back and forth. Now what we're here today is to show you how we can make all these seamless. From your sales department to your procurement department, all the way to you managing your trucks, your vehicles, inventory management, your fuel. You want to know, are you making profits? Are you making losses? All right. Now we at Odoo, we're just helping you do more in so little time. So this is just a basic overview of what to expect in Odoo. Just a software that is helping you run your manufacturing, your human resources, sales, e-commerce, CRM, website, procurement, accounting, inventory, and marketing automations. You see these email marketing campaigns, WhatsApp, you want to do all these. So from one platform. How breathtaking is that? Let me just give you a second to just think about it. Mr. Martin, all these from one platform. And you have your dashboards telling you about how much profits you've made in that single day. Now, I'm not just selling a software. We are just having a conversation. Okay? Now, this is it. So an application that has each and every aspect of your business figured out and offered. But, okay. So just take me back one step. So this is what I mean. If you're using QuickBooks to run your accounting, using DocuSign to sign your documents, if you're using, say, SAP to manage your procurement, inventory, manufacturing, we have brought all these together and you can get to access them from one platform. Okay. All right. Now, I want us to do a quick demonstration. And I want us to have a use case. Now we can take Mr. Martin, for example, and I want to imagine this is your business. So just bear with me. So we have a company called Odoo. Let's say Odoo is in the fuel business. So we're going to use the name Odoo. So what we do is actually that we get to buy fuel, say from a certain depot in Mombasa. So we buy it in bulk, say 24 or 25,000 tons of it. And we come and stock it in Nairobi. And what we want to do is that we want to distribute it to other suppliers in the local market. That is in Nairobi. So we have, say, Mr. Njogu, you have another fuel business. You want to purchase 1,000 tons from us. And we want to do it, and I want to show you how we can get to do it. Now, Baraka, we can have the demo ready. Right. Now, here we are. Now, what we're seeing now from this end, this is just a basic overview. What you're going to be seeing when you just sign in onto Odoo. This is the first thing that you see. These are just some of the basic applications that you're going to be seeing. And allow me to tell you one thing. So the applications here, the solutions here, are over 80. So we're looking at 80 to 100 business solutions, touching on different aspects of your business. We can go to the apps and I can show you something. So these are the different categories that we get to manage for you. Sales, services, accounting, inventory, so all of them. And here's the thing, we are located in stand number 8 and 9. So if at all this is going to be too much for you now, you can get to meet us after these or maybe tomorrow, and we can get to cover a lot more when you and I have a one-on-one session. And of course, when it comes to human resources, the payrolls, and our use case, which is very important. We're buying fuel, and I want to show you how we can sell that and track our profits. Now, take me back to the dashboard. So the first thing that we want to do is that we have, let's say, Hashi Energies, who is our vendor. They are selling to us fuel in bulk. Okay, let's go to procurement. So the first thing that we want to do is that each and every time when you want to order fuel, the first thing that you do is that you request. You either do that via call, via SMS, depending on how the conversations that you have with your supplier. So in this case, we want to create a request for quotation. Now let's create one. Of course, and the first information that we want to do is that we want to have the details of our supplier for fuel in this case. So we have Hashi Energy, who is going to be a supplier today. You can choose the currency that your supplier uses. If your supplier uses the Kenya shilling or maybe the euro or the USD, you can put that there. The next thing is that you can even have an order deadline just to tell them that we really need this fuel. Now this is the expected time that we want you to deliver this fuel. Now let's have a time. Perfect. Okay. In the instance where you have different stations, where you have, let's say, 5 or 4 or maybe 1 station, you can even tell the supplier where you want that delivered maybe, if at all they do the delivery now to your site. Now from there, we want to add a product, what we want to buy in this case. So in this case, we only have 2 products. So we have diesel and then we have gasoline fuel. Baraka, choose one that you like. Gasoline. Now in this case, in gasoline, of course, gas has different qualities. We have premium grade, 91 and such. So in this case, we can say we want to buy 1 ton of gasoline, premium 91. Okay, then we have that. Now Baraka, give me 1,000. 1 is too little. Good. Now, you can see we have a field there called the tolerance rate. So this is the rate of evaporation. If you want to transport this fuel from one side to another, there's a high likelihood that your fuel is going to evaporate. Now that is why we have this field here called the tolerance rate. Give me a tolerance rate. That's 5%, and you can see our unit of measure for this gasoline is in tons. And then of course we have the unit price. Maybe we are buying it at 1,000 USD per ton, and of course you can see the total there. If at all, then you're going to be paying any taxes. This system is ETIMS integrated. That means that each and every time when you tick it off, when you just confirm this order, so KRA is going to have that notification. Oh, you are expecting then to deliver quite a figure now to KRA. Now from there, just scroll up, Baraka. Now we have a section where you can send these requests for quotation directly to the vendor, to your supplier. So by just clicking the send by email, and just like that, yeah, of course you can have the email there. Let's just have, okay, all right, I'm hoping that's not their email. And of course, now this is going to be a template that the supplier is going to see in regarding to what you are requesting in terms of the quantity. And of course, we have a PDF attached to that, which is a request for quotation. We can just open that just to see how it looks like. So this is how that looks like. This is what the supplier is going to see. That you have a company called Odoo who is requesting 1,000 tons of gasoline fuel, premium 91 to 94, from Hashi Energy. So this is your RFQ. This is how it looks like. And the beautiful thing about this is that you can get to customize this document. All right, now let's go back to the system. Now let's imagine that you are in agreement with the vendor in terms of the pricing. So the next thing to do is that we want, of course, to confirm this order. So let's confirm that order. That means that we have agreed that we want to buy 1,000 tons and at this price. So now from here, If that is okay, we can proceed and receive these now in our stock. Let's receive these products. Okay, so that means that we are receiving now in our warehouse, upon delivery, 1,000 tons of gasoline fuel. Now, but before that, we, of course, as you can see, we had initiated a tolerance rate of 5%. So 5% of 1,000, so that's 50. So the allowed quantity is 950. So now from here, remember, in fuel, quality checks. Let's go to the quality checks, Baraka. And wonderful. And of course, the vehicle that is going to be transporting this fuel for you. So let's have the license plate. And of course, we have the truck number. So this is the truck that is going to be ferrying your fuel from Mombasa all the way to your depot here in Nairobi. And let's also now do the quality checks just to make sure that what we ordered is what was delivered. Perfect. Now, was it a pass? Was it a fail? Or do you, the good thing about this quality check is that you can customize it to match your flows. If, let's say, you have a different way of just analyzing your product, just making sure the quality is okay, you can be able now to customize that. So let's mark it as a pass. Now let's go back to our delivery. And of course, let's just confirm that we have received 1,000 tons of this gasoline fuel. All right. Now, if we are then to go to our inventory, let's go to inventory. Let's see how much fuel now we have in stock. So now from inventory, this product called diesel, gasoline fuel 91, 94, now you can see that on hand, this means that what we currently have in stock is 1,010. Why 1,010? So before this, we already had 10 tons in stock. So for this product. So that means that we have now received 1,000 items in stock, so 1,000 tons in stock. And the system is wise enough, clever enough. It gives you the math, giving you the valuation of how much now in terms of stock you have in value. So now that's the valuation of gasoline fuel. Okay, now Baraka, we now have the product in stock. Let's now sell it. Because now that is what we do best. We buy and sell. Now, for us then to sell this product, we're going to be using another application called sales. Just click on sales. Now, let's create a new sales order. So we're imagining it this way. So you have a client who has come to your shop or to your stores, to your warehouses, to your depot. And this is just a walk-in customer, but we can call this customer Martin. Let's call this customer Martin Chomba. So that's Martin. Perfect. And of course, Martin, how much in terms of gasoline do you want to buy? 10 tons, Baraka. So Martin wants to buy 10 tons of gasoline fuel. And of course, this is just the layout. I just want to see just the different variants that you can have for the same gasoline product. So we now have 10 tons. And of course, the salesperson, this is now the salesperson who's going to be doing this. They can actually now be able to see the price and the discount. Martin, do we give you a discount or not? Yes, of course. How much discount would you want? Yeah, of course. Okay, so let's imagine 3%. Okay, Baraka, 1%. Okay, Baraka, give me a discount of 1% for Mr. Martin. Okay, and now the system will calculate these now for you. Just scroll down, then you can see the untaxed amount. If at all, then we're going to be offering any tax. So now remember, the system again is ETIMS integrated. Now this is going to be the final figure. Now, question is, how will the invoice, how will the quotation, the sales quotation look like? Now, can we see how the layout of the quotation will look like? Now let's see this. So now, is this your order, Mr. Martin? 10 tons of gasoline fuel at that amount, and of course at a 1% discount. Perfect. Now, Baraka, now let's go to the part where it appears that then Mr. Martin is okay to make this sale. Now let's go and let's close this sale. Let's confirm it. And then from here, of course, let's, depending on how you do your processes, you can first either deliver, then get paid, or you can receive the money, then deliver later, depending with how your business processes are. So first of all, let's deliver. And again, if at all during the delivery process you incur any loss during the journey, so you can also now be able to cater for that tolerance rate. And then if at all you want to do quality checks during the delivery process, you can also do that. Let's do that. And of course the vehicle that is going to be transporting 10 tons of fuel on site. Now let's also do the quality check. That's a pass. And of course, then you have your warehouse manager saying that yes, indeed we have delivered these product to the rightful customer. If at all you want to see any delivery slip, so this is how it's going to look like. So of course we have delivered gasoline fuel premium, and that's the number. Ordered, what was ordered, what was delivered. So if at all there is any discrepancy between what was ordered and what was delivered, you're going to see these being displayed here. Okay, now Baraka, take us back to the system. Okay, then let's do, of course, the invoice. We want to bill our customers. We have already delivered. So the next thing is for us to receive the money. So now, Baraka, that's too fast. That's too fast, Wena. Okay, now this is just a draft invoice. This is what the customer, now you're going to be billing the customer. Now, of course, was there any disagreement during delivery? Now, this is what your accountant is going to be looking for. Now, any figures that, of course, appear shady, now this is what you're going to be tracking. Of course, we can confirm this is okay. Let's confirm that. And of course, the invoice date will be today's date. You can either send these invoice directly to the customer via email, or you can use WhatsApp. So WhatsApp is already now integrated with Odoo. So you can just send these invoice directly to the customer's WhatsApp number. All right. Now from here, the next thing, of course, Mr. Martin, we want to receive money from you. So now, Baraka, take me to the part where we receive the money. And of course, do you want to pay the full amount? Do you want to pay just half of it? Partial. Let's do a partial payment, Baraka. Okay, then we create the payment. Now, there is going to be, just scroll. Perfect. Now, this is the amount that is due. Now, the reason as to why, when you scroll up, Baraka, please scroll up. Now, this states it's in payment. What this means is that we are waiting for your accountant to reconcile the account. Is that money reflecting in your bank account before you mark it as fully paid or maybe partially paid? So now that is a step where now we want to do our bank reconciliation. Now, and of course, you can see something else there. We have the ETIMS payment method. So if at all then you want these to be ETIMS integrated, of course, then you have to declare the payment method that was used so that it can also now reflect on ETIMS. Now, Baraka, take me to the fleet management. Just scroll down. Okay, perfect. So now picture this. We have delivered this product now to the customer. We have received, but each and every time when all this was happening, there were trucks that were ferrying this fuel from the depot to our own warehouses. From our own warehouses, we were delivering now to the customer locations. But what were we using? Trucks, fleet. Now, do we have a system to help you be able then to track how your trucks are doing business? Do they need any maintenance, any service? Do we have any insurance expiries that you want to keep track of? Now, this is a system that we're going to be using for that. And of course, all this is directly now integrated between different solutions. If at all then you want to integrate your sales order with the fleet management, of course, that is already there. Now, what you're seeing here is just a categorization of the different stages. Maybe, do you have any truck that you want to request, say, from Toyota Kenya, from Caetano? Now, this is where now your requests are going to come. Now, anything that you want to order in terms of maybe any spare parts, maybe any truck. So you have all these laid out. But for now, we already have existing trucks in stock in our own fleet. Now let's go to any truck that you choose, Baraka. So we have, of course, the Volkswagen. And these are the details of this truck. Of course, you have the model, which is a Volkswagen, the license plate of that, of course, truck. And of course, you have the driver information. Who is driving this truck? Now so that is going to be the driver information. And of course, we have also now details about the category of that truck, when it was ordered, when it was registered in the country, and of course the chassis number, the last odometer reading. And up there, we have smart buttons. So driver's history, so the employee who is in charge of this truck, and of course any running contract. By any running contract, we mean any insurance policy, anything that is a contract attached to that truck. So you get to track that from here. Just click on contracts. So in this case, we only have one running contract, and this is it. So we have an insurance. So when does it recur? So do we get to pay for this insurance per week, per month, or per year? So now this is an annual contract, as you can see now from here. So this is, of course, a Volkswagen, the driver is Beth Evans, and then we have an insurance policy where we get to pay 4,000 USD for this truck. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I don't know whether so far we have any question. Mr. Martin, have we solved all your business processes so far? We are headed there. That's nice to hear. That's nice to hear. And now, from here, of course, you can also now be able now to see any service that has been offered to this truck. So that means, did your truck go to any mechanic? Was it serviced? And what was the cost for this? Now, Baraka, let's also now see the services. Now, this is what you're going now to be seeing in terms of any service type. Was it a repair and maintenance? What was the date? What was the cost? And who did that repair? And of course, you're going now to see other details such as what was the odometer reading? What was the mileage reading of that truck when that service was being done? How good is that? Blaze, how good is that? Perfect. Pronto. All right. Now, Baraka, please do join me on stage. Now, let's give a round of applause for Baraka as he joins me on stage. Now, the reason as to why Baraka is joining me on stage is because he wants to answer questions. Any question that you may have, anything in your mind right now, just ask it. Could it be, where did the name Odoo come from? Now, he's here to answer that question. Of course, don't ask him that. But of course, any question, now you can get to ask him that. Now, let's take the first question. Who has the first question? Thank you, Mr. Martin.
What I would want first to know is Odoo the developer of these solutions, or you're managing solutions, you're aggregating solutions and putting them under one roof? Yeah, once we answer that, I think we can have the follow-up questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Martin, for that question. So the solution that you're seeing is actually developed 100% by Odoo, the company. The name of the software is Odoo, the name of the company is also Odoo. So the software is 100% ours.
So I am seeing like we running solutions that runs from, or rather encapsulates both accounting and management, as well as logistics. So say a business owner who is all over the place, you have a way that is it cloud-based? Is it something that someone is able to manage from afar, or you have to?
Yes, a very good question. So Odoo is actually 100% cloud-based software, and what that means is that so long as you have any gadget that can access the internet, you can actually access your business and see how it's performing 100%, make any follow-ups, or do any data entries from anywhere, wherever. All you need is simply an internet connection. 100% cloud-based.
Okay, allow me to ask a few.
Go ahead,
okay.
Go ahead.
Okay. The other question I wanted to know is, once you onboard this system, what is the mode of subscription? Is it a one-off? Is it something that you pay as you use? are you able to expand it to probably fit other things that you may not have anticipated in your product development? Because you see today, when we talk about running petrol stations, I'm speaking about petrol stations, you realize everybody else today has changed and is rebranding from petroleum to energies. And we are no longer calling them petrol stations, we are calling them energy centers, because this is in line with the changing energy topography. So there are so many other things that are coming, components that have to deal with energy that we may not have anticipated in the past. So, and we want to a solution that is able to expand and accommodate the changing times. So, first question, the mode of onboarding, and then, yeah, I'm sure you've gotten it, and whether it is able to expand, it's elastic enough to accommodate the changing needs in the petrol stations. You see, you're running a petrol station here and you have a couple of businesses around it. You see, today's people are doing real estate in what you'd call petrol stations, because petrol station is just a captive customer or a captive business to bring about customers to other establishments. Is it something that is elastic enough, versatile enough to encapsulate that?
Yeah. I'm going to start with the second question. So on whether or not Odoo is scalable and how scalable it is indeed very much scalable, and for your specific use case, it actually supports multi-company and multi-branch environment. So what that means is that on this specific database, I can actually have 4 or 5 different independent legal entities, right? It is also possible to support multi-branch. That means that I could have one company that has 5 different petrol stations across the country, and we don't have to create 5 different databases.
So let me get this before you move from there, because I think this is critical. You're saying if I'm running like 2 separate or 3 separate legal companies.
Yes.
Because we have those problems where you have companies that are intertrading of companies when it comes to issues of accounting and KRA. You are saying the system, one single system as it is, without having to have, you've logged in a certain company and another company, one company is that single interface is able to take care of all the 3.
Most definitely. It's possible, and you can also set different access rights, like for the different levels of users. So that the person who is in charge of company A is only going to see records in that company, and the person in company B is only going to see records in that.
You must make that your selling point, one of your biggest selling points from today.
Yeah, most definitely. Okay, yeah, we have a...
part 1 of my question.
Definitely. Yeah, on pricing, I'll allow my colleague to give further elaboration.
All right. Now, the beautiful thing about this system is, so if you have 5 or 10 companies, you can be able to manage all these companies from one platform. So that means you as the CEO, you as the owner, can just have an overview of what all these companies are doing from one platform. And the good thing about this, you can actually access the system from your mobile phone, whether you're in Uganda or in Dubai. From anywhere in the world, you can just get to access the system and just see how your companies are doing. Dashboard reports are there. So you can see your daily sales, your accounting, everything that has been done over that entire course of the day. So you can get to access it just from the comfort of your mobile phone. Okay. All right.
Then in terms of onboarding, you remember the question I had asked about onboarding? Is it on subscription base or is it, what's the mode?
So we have what we call the subscriptions.
Not necessarily the amount, but
yeah, of course. Of course, we have an annual plan or maybe a multi-annual plan depending on what suits best for you. Now, the reason as to why we have it this way is because we also now want to offer you support, and we also get to upgrade the system. That happens each and every year. So that means that this year, currently as we speak, we are on version 18.2. By the end of this year, we are going to be on version 19. So that means that continually we keep on just upgrading this system. Now, for that to happen, of course, we cannot give you the system one-off, lifetime. And then we want to grow with you. As you scale, we want to continue scaling the solution and it's going to suit your business in terms of the way we're scaling it.
Okay.
Yes. Okay. Yes, good sir. Now the mic is over onto you.
Hi, my name is Seb. Great presentation, very interactive. The question I have, you work with data. So to collect the data, you must integrate with lots of other solutions. Do you integrate with lots of solutions to get that data, or you already get that data from somewhere else? So just while the microphone's working, for example, if you want to get the sales data, you must connect to the point of sales. If you want to get the delivery data, you must connect to the forecourt controllers to get all that data. Are you integrating with all these solutions for you to be able to get that data?
All right, sorry about that. So on the integration with data, of course, as you're going to see, it's an integrated ERP software. So you have the option of using Odoo with everything, starting from the purchase application, the sales application, the point of sale application in Odoo. And then you have already centralized all your operations and all your data. But by chance, you want to use a separate solution out of Odoo, maybe one that the solution is not there out of the box, then Odoo does also allow API integration. Okay? You can also do integration with your personal software that you don't want to do away with, so that you also maintain it. So the possibility is also there. Sure. One last question, if anyone has. Yes?
My name is Daniel. I just wanted to know whether the system has the audit trail. The auditor has come, you want to trace the documents, you want to trace all that. Mm-hmm. Do you maintain that in the system?
Yes, that's a very important question. So,
and how secure is the data?
Okay, so starting with the first question, whether Odoo has audit trail, it indeed has an audit trail where every single financial transaction record being done, be it a purchase, be it a sale, a return or a refund, because it also has accounting implication, is going to be recorded in the system and it can't be changed at all. So the audit trail is very much there, and it is very much visible for you to see. You can be able to follow back and see every single transaction when it happened. On security of the system, it is indeed very much secure. We've taken world-class standard to make sure that your data is safe, secure, both physically and virtually. And of course, there is that human element. That means when you use the system, in addition to the system's capacity to, or Odoo's capacity to secure your data, we also expect you to, of course, have very good internal security measures so that you, for example, don't give out your login credentials to a fellow colleague. Okay? That means that as much as this platform is secure, the human element also needs to be trained on the right way to use the software. No, on backups, it's not mandatory for you to do backups. Odoo does all the backups for you. Okay? And if you want to roll back to a previous version of the system, you can simply raise a support ticket and have that. Maybe you want to go back to yesterday's version. But all the backups are handled, and our servers are 99.99% online all of the time. So no manual backups are required. Okay? I believe that was the last question.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. Now, I want to give a big shout out to our head of marketing, who is Faye Nzioki. Now, she's telling me, no, Ian, please don't call me on stage. But now, ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause to Faye Nzioki. All right, you have been such an awesome audience. Thank you so much for giving us your time, your ears, and of course your questions. We very much appreciate. That has been me, Ian Githu, a business advisor from Odoo, and this is Baraka Waswa, of course a business analyst from Odoo, and we are at stand number 8 and stand number 9. So in case you have any question that hasn't been answered, please do find us here. Thank you so much, and back to you. Give it up for that amazing team one more time. Lovely, 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 lovely. Hey, we are bringing the curtains down. All right? I know we have stuck here from morning all the way to evening, and you guys are amazing. Come on, give a hand clap to yourself. Now, to bring the curtains down is a man who was here earlier on. Now, this guy is a visionary when it comes to matters oil, matters innovation, matters tech. He is a dynamic force that drives oil marketing strategies across borders. Ladies and gentlemen, with your hands apart and together, again and again, help me introduce the one and only Blaise Nzonde, the sales marketer. Is it sales? I'm forgetting the sales. Your department is?
Director of Sales. Director
of Sales at Omis 40. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, a clap for him. Good.
Thanks, sir. Hi, guys. Thank you so much for your time. This is going to be a quick one because I know that quite a few of us are hungry and would like to leave. We've been stuck here for quite a long time. So bear with me 2 seconds while the presentation goes up. Okay. The system is also hungry. It's gonna come up now. Okay, I think we're getting there. Okay, so I'm going to start and I think the system will catch up with me. So what I would like to talk to you guys today, those of you who are here, you can relay the message to those who aren't here, those who have already left because they're hungry. It is something that is very often overlooked. But extremely, extremely critical, and that is maintenance. So what we will look at today is the smarter maintenance that drives bigger impact. Yeah. So we're gonna let's put that into context. Let's have a look at a day-to-day at a petrol station. Yeah. What a typical day looks like. So I've spent a lot of time at petrol stations, both in the EU, some of them in Africa, in the Middle East. And the one thing that I've noticed that keeps happening time and time again, so let's just have a look at how that happens. And that is super, super true because it's not always smooth. Let's have a look. So it is midday, the pump breaks down. What happens next? The team on site will make calls to service providers to come and fix the pumps that have broken down. Because we all know time is money. If something breaks down, you have to get it fixed. So they will either get on the phone or they will send emails. What would happen then is, as you know, even making phone calls or sending emails, that is best case scenario in some cases. In a lot of cases, it's WhatsApp messages to your service providers. They will take a long time to come, and that would cause customer frustrations because obviously if you have a station with 5 pumps and 2 aren't working, customers would have to wait for quite some time. Yeah. So now we're not even talking about revenue loss. This is just customer complaints. So this is what happens is the fuel retailers we only know about this customer complaint and the wait in the best case 3 days later. And how would I know about it? If they're lucky enough and they providers send them an Excel file. But do they really look at the Excel file every single day, every 3 days? In most cases, absolutely not. Yeah? So what we're going to look at now is, why is that a problem? Yeah? So something breaks, I WhatsApp my friend or my colleague to come and fix it. Why is that a problem? Well, it's a problem for the following reasons. The first one is you have no real-time overview of your network. And if you have no real-time overview of your network, why is that a problem? What happens then? That we're going to cover in a little bit. That's only the first problem. The second problem is the visibility. Who is fixing what? So something is broken. Who's in charge of fixing it? When are they going to fix it? That's the next point. The service providers, are they adhering to service level agreements? Because every single equipment, every single, thank you so much. And every single fault is linked to a service level agreement. If something breaks, it needs to be fixed in 10 minutes, 10 hours, 15 hours, etc., etc. And if that hasn't happened, are you able to know that this should have been fixed 3 hours ago? Let's move on. So, if you are able to track absolutely everything that should be happening, the times, the errors, you are also able to detect errors before they happen. And I will explain to you, it really isn't magic. I will explain to you how that happens. So these are the problems that occur. Yeah? So let me ask you, for those of you guys who are familiar with petrol stations, more rhetorical questions than anything else. How much visibility do you really have? Or how much visibility do you think a fuel retailer has? Can they tell you at any given point what is broken, who is fixing it, and the service provider fixing it? Are they within SLA or out of SLA? Are they late or are they not late? Are they able to tell you that? And the most important thing is, whatever has happened now, say for example, the pump is broken and hasn't been fixed in 12 hours, it should have been fixed in 6 hours. How much money has that cost the petrol station? If you are unable to answer these questions in real time, as a fuel retailer, you have a massive problem. This is exactly what we're going to highlight in the next slides. So let's move on to the next one. I think that's a question that I think that this has been asked in different ways the whole day today. The way that certain inefficiencies, can we afford to have them in 2025? But I think the resounding answer there is no. So let's look at what could be done better. So this is an example. Let's look at Ormis. Ormis is the company that I work for. It is a maintenance management company. What it does is it assists fuel retailers with visibility of absolutely everything that goes on at the petrol stations in terms of maintenance. What is broken? Who's in charge of fixing it? When will they fix it? And hold them accountable based on the SLA. Because obviously we know that if they haven't fixed something that should have been fixed, again, like I said, it costs money. So that's what the company does. What we'll have a look at next is almost as a platform. These are the things that offers that allow you to do the things that I mentioned earlier. It is one platform that shows you all your daily maintenance. It tracks breakdown and repairs in real time. This is what we discussed. But again, I had a few prospects from Kenya who asked me the question, yeah, Blaze, but what if my pump isn't smart? What if it's a manual pump, old school? Absolutely everything can be entered into the system manually also. So we have made provisions for pumps that are not smart, that are not state of the art, right? And especially given the fact that we work in different geographical locations, we need to make space for these locations too. And again, like I said, Excels, no one reads them. Absolutely no one reads them. I think quite a lot of us here are in contact with few retailers. Stop and ask any of the few retailers how much money did your downtime cost you last month? Not last year, last month. Won't be able to tell you. So the way that we prevent problems before they happen is that we obviously have all the data, how each equipment behaves, and when we detect certain behaviors, we can predict that this is going to break in X amount of time. So you can fix it before it happens. And especially now in Kenya with the whole ETIMS thing, you cannot afford to be offline. because every time you're offline, you're not selling. All right. So this is just an example of what an almost dashboard looks like. As you can see here, you have all the open reports. You can click on one of them. We're not going to go into detail now, but you can click on every single one of them. It will show you, it will open up a report for each station, what is broken, what should be fixed, what hasn't been fixed, and the SLA. Obviously, you also have the reports per month. You will be done with Excel by using this program because you can just click on there, go on retrieve report, it prints a report which you can share internally. This is plus minus what it looks like when you pull a sort of when you open one of the stations. As you can see here, this is one of the this is just all the faults. Reaction time, you can see this is 13 days out of SLA. Well, this is really bad. It should obviously be 13 hours and not 13 days. And it will show you the faults, the station, absolutely where everything is. All right? Okay, let's move on from there. One of the things that a lot of people have asked me is with regard to technicians versus OMIS. OMIS does not replace your technicians or your service provider. What it does is it makes your technicians better and it makes your service providers accountable. And when you're familiar with petrol stations and service providers, you will very quickly realize that something like this will be a headache for service providers because then they have to be accountable for the services that they render. So I don't know if there's any service providers here. I don't want them to shoot me after this. So let's move on. But why does it matter? So OMIS is not about fancy tech. Yeah. What it's about uptime. It is about keeping your customers happy. Again, with no broken pumps. And it's also about protecting revenue. And when we talk about protecting revenue, I will show you, I think it's about 1 or 2 slides ahead, what it actually means. Right? You might ask yourself, okay, Blaise, what's in it for me? This is just an additional software or system that I have to place on top of it. I will show you what that means in practical terms. So this is the kind of ROI that our customers see. We have about, before I show you that, before you get too excited, we have about 6,000 stations that are currently using OMIS. And on average, a network of about 100 stations, they see these sort of return on investment. And these are only 3 use cases, right? Less admin because obviously the system picks up errors automatically. Smarter decision where the system can actually tell you, you have repaired this thing for the past 6 months and it cost you X amount of money. You shouldn't repair it because if you continue repairing it in the next 12 months, it will cost you more than a brand new equipment. The system can tell you that. And of course, less downtime on key equipment. So, per station per month. Maybe, can anyone take a guess how much money a regular station loses on a monthly basis? Maybe, you want to take a guess? Yeah, on downtime, on those 3 use cases, just in general. Okay, so his guess was $500 US. It is over 5,000 dollars per site per month. And this is not, we're not guessing. And this is a study and a result from having 6,000 stations, right? It is a big number. And a lot of fuel retailers and a lot of service providers, they don't want to see this number because it puts pressure on them, right? So next what we're going to look at is, let's have a look here quickly. So these are the common questions, but we already have a provider who looks after this. That's really, really good that you have a provider. However, what OMIS does is, it doesn't replace your providers, like I said to you earlier. It gives you control over the providers. Yeah? And what it also does is it protects your investment and your brand. Yeah? And as you can see here, and it says here again, it holds them accountable. And I absolutely really like that. The fact that it holds everyone involved accountable. So what I would like to do is, I'm probably not going to open up for questions because I know that a lot of us have to run. The things that I would like to leave you guys with is maintenance for the longest period of time has been seen as a burden and not as a part of running a petrol station or like a petrol network that people see as money making. They see that as a burden. Something breaks, we have to repair, we have to cope, we have to send WhatsApp, etc., etc. So what I would like to leave you guys with is look at maintenance differently. If you're a fuel retailer, you speak to a fuel retailer, ask them this one interesting question. Can you tell me how much maintenance has cost you or how much money you've lost on maintenance in the past 12 months, 1 month? If they are unable to tell you a rough figure, it means that they are still sending Excels, they're still sending ticket via WhatsApp, and you should send them to our tent to have a conversation. Yeah? If you have any questions, we are booth number 10. We're going to be there tomorrow morning. Let's have a chat. That's what I'm going to leave you guys here. Bon appetit for those who are coming for dinner later. And thank you very much.
Maybe, sir, just one question.
Of course.
What is the one thing that the system runs on? What must a station have to accommodate this system?
Very good question. You need to have pumps, you need to have coffee machines, and you need to have a car wash. You need to have equipment.
Is it a standalone software, or does it ride on another software to be able to send those signals?
It is a standalone software, but it connects via REST API to, say, for example, to a forecourt controller to retrieve the data from your pumps, or it connects to the coffee machine if it's a smart one, or to the car wash if it's a smart one. So it can stand alone in the sense that you don't need a forecourt controller. You can enter the ticket manually, not only automatically, in that sense. But if you want to get the most out of it, you connect that to your forecourt controller. And it's a conversation that I've had now with quite a few guys here. But interesting question again. As you walk around tomorrow, ask some of the guys that you have if they can give you a number on how much they've lost. If you do get a number, if you get a specific number, I owe you a drink. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think that's it for now. Thanks, guys.
Oh, thank you. Now you know why he's the director of international sales. A lot of applause for him one more time. Man, Blythe, I can say this, and I say this on behalf of so many here. We need such smarter data-driven solution in our stations as compared to those manual systems, right? You just want to know everything that is happening that you can even track. I believe you can even track it on your phone. So you don't even have to, go make calls and do all that. So this is amazing. Another round of applause for him and the team, the OMIS team. You guys are doing amazing. And do we welcome them here? We welcome you here in Kenya, right? And I'm sure Kenya is going to open up so many more and more. I think every single day I see new stations being opened. So we need such great minds happening here. Thank you so much. Now, I said we are bringing the curtains down, and indeed they are down. As you can see around us, we have curtains already down, and people already outside there waiting to go to Carnival. How many people are coming to Carnival grounds? Let me see by a show of hands. Just 2. Even in front, 3, 4.
bana. Hata hapa mbele watu wangu. We are not going to, this is on default. It's by default you're all coming. Great, great, great. We're going to have a good time at Carnival Grounds. Now there we won't have any presentations. I don't think there's anybody who's going to use this gadget anywhere. If this gadget is going to be used, it'll be me maybe. Changing music. But we have a DJ there. We'll have music happening. It's going to be a meet and greet. And guess what? In case, and I know, how many people have never used public means in Kenya? Maybe I should show you what public means is. We have something we call Nganya. Do you have the videos of Nganya? So they can see it, eh? Now, Nganyas are just normal vans that are very pimped. You know, we have buses that are pimped, they have graffiti, some of them could even have Bly's drone there, you know. They will look for people who are famous, who are doing very well in the industry. And they make sure that that bus is branded you and then has very good graphics. Do you have them? Is it ready? You know, whatever I'm saying can only be done visually. Some of them have screens on every seat. You just sit here and you can watch a movie. It's like a plane. It's like you're on, which class? Economy, wanakuwa na screen. Do economy? It's like you're driving on first class. So you have screens everywhere. We have LED lights. It looks like a disco. A very good thing. There it goes. I wish it